Okay, so welcome everyone to HeartSpeak Level 1. Just a little bit of an introduction to HeartSpeak and to how it came to be. By the way, I'm Dr. Anne Jensen. I developed the process, and I developed it because I needed it more than maybe most people. I grew up feeling very deeply. I remember as a kid, I would feel things before even someone said or did anything. And I remember my relatives, my family saying, "Oh, come on, grow a thicker skin. You're taking it too personally, blah, blah, blah." But I, how do you grow a thicker skin? So when I was little, I thought my feeling was actually a handicap because it caused a lot of pain and suffering inside of me. Um, and another thing that I learned early on was I could tell when people were lying, but I didn't put two and two together until like my late teens, maybe early 20s, where I knew that they were lying. I felt that they were lying. And I sometimes even said, that's a lie. And of course, if you're a kid and you're telling an adult they're lying, you don't want to be caught out. So it would actually cause me a lot of strife as well. But there's there is some advantages of that too, to know when people are lying. There's a mentor of mine by the name of Paul Ekman, Dr. Paul Ekman, and he is the human lie detector. He studied lie detection, especially in the face. And he always says, I can tell when someone is lying. I can't tell why. And that when I read that, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's so true. You could feel a lie. Now, and this was really important in today's world because it used to be before even the last 2 years when AI seems to have just skyrocketed, but you needed about, I think it was about 3 minutes, 3 to 6 minutes of someone speaking, some video where they could create your likeness. And now it's actually 3 words. So people just need 1 or 2 images of your face and 3 words, and they can create a real life. They can make you say anything. So it really is important for us to be able to feel when people are telling the truth or what's true. And I think HeartSpeak can help you do that as well. You'll be able to feel the truth. So as I said, it caused a lot of grief, a lot of struggle, a lot of pain growing up. And, in my, teens and 20s and I did tried other stuff, I tried traditional counseling and therapy, but I just really didn't know what to say a lot of the times. They just wanted me to talk, but I didn't really know what to say, and I didn't really feel like talking much of the time as well. And I tried things like tapping, and while I might have felt better for a second, it really wasn't lasting for me. So I wanted things to last. And I tried, pretty much anything. And I really wasn't satisfied at the results. So I eventually, it was in my late 30s, I started to try and just, because I was dissatisfied, because I knew there was a solution, I just started to feel my way through upsets. And I knew if I took the whole big upset at once, it was too much for me. I couldn't do it. So I knew it was there, the whole big upset. So I just started piecing it apart. First, I knew I was angry, so I would just feel angry. And that's what I did. I just felt angry and angry and angry and kept feeling angry until I don't feel angry anymore. And then I thought, okay, well, I'm still upset. What else is left? I'm a little bit sad, disappointed, sad. So I grabbed those, and I just felt my way through them. And then the whole pile of upset became less and less and less until it was manageable. how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. That's the approach I took. And that's how HeartSpeak began, is I just started to feel. And I was actually already good at feeling. And I seem to have a way to be able to, and Jeannie, you'll be able to attest to this as well. Like I could feel something and then describe it to you and put words to it that can make you like, hey, yeah, that's it. That's it. Hey, Jeannie.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So I seem to have that skill to be able to translate feelings into words pretty readily. Um, and and so while I was doing my PhD at Oxford, I had friends around the UK who would invite me to their clinics every month or every 2, 3 months to do some heart speak on their clients and patients. And they wanted me to teach them how to do heart speak. And I said, well, not until I finish my PhD. So as soon as I finished my PhD, handed it in, put the course together and taught it about 2.5 months later. So that was 10 years ago this year. So here we are 10 years later, and it's pretty well evolved into what it is today in that time. Although, of course, I was doing HeartSpeak for a good 10 years before that as well. So that's a little bit of the backstory about how HeartSpeak came to be. And now I'm going to share, but now I can't find it. There it is. Share screen. There it is. Okay. Right. So I want to remind you all that when you take a HeartSpeak course, you pretty much are invited back at a very reasonable rate. I think it's about 10% of the initial cost. If a course is $300, you get to come back for 30, and we do that for a few reasons. First of all, I pack a lot of things into a course. And this course is only an 8 or so hour course here, but there's a lot in there. So I'm hoping you'll be able to see there's a lot to HeartSpeak, even though it's a very simple process. You'll be able to see how much it how there's a lot of there's a huge theoretical framework around the science of learning and memory and the affective sciences, the sciences of feeling. So I invite people to come back because you're not going to get it all the first time. And I have had people take this same course 7 or 8 times and say to me at a break, I never remember you saying that. Did you say that? Yes, I've said that. I'm in the process of rewriting this course, trying to streamline it and making it easier. But I don't want to lose any of the meat and potatoes, the real science to it. But we'll see. Hopefully by the end of the summer, I will be able to present that course too. It's exciting. And another reason why is that we like to have repeat people in a course. But the trouble is that oftentimes they don't show up like this. They just come maybe for the practice tomorrow or they watch the videos. But anyway, regardless of whether you're watching, you'll be welcome back. All right, we're going to start out with a clearing. And we're going to do a lot of feeling in this class. So I want to start out unblocking any roadblocks that you might have around feeling. So I'm going to ask you all to say out loud, as if you're announcing it to the world, I feel. Okay, go ahead and say that. I feel.
I feel.
I feel.
Yeah. And the muscle test went weak. And regardless about what the muscle test did, if I would like you to actually feel the stress response. So the muscle test tells me there's stress on that. I was testing for stress. Now I'm going to ask you to close your eyes and say it out loud again and feel for the stress response. I feel.
I feel.
I feel.
And you might feel some like some tightness, tightening, or flutters in your tummy or something like that. That's a stress response. And HeartSpeak also helps you grow your interoception, meaning your internal feeling, like you could feel what's happening on the inside. And that happens with practice. So one more time, I feel.
I feel.
I feel.
And let's see let's pick it apart. And that's related to an emotion. So fear, anger. Yeah. So we're not going to look for why we're getting angry. We're just going to get angry. And it doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter what the source of the anger is. Just feel angry. So hands and fists make an angry face. And feel angry. There's no point of formation, so don't worry about going anywhere particular. Doesn't matter what it's the anger's about, just feel angry. One more big push of anger. And then we'll take a breath in, sit up with your head back, shoulders back, chest out, palms open and up, and look for joy in your heart. Close your eyes and look within for joy. Joy is that lightness that's in there, that little flicker. And let your heart dance with joy for a moment before opening your eyes. And then we'll all say again, I feel. Say it again, I feel.
I feel.
feel.
Yeah, it's good. Testing strong. And say it for yourself again. Say it so you can feel it. I feel.
I feel.
I feel.
You see how it's less edgy, calmer, like
Yeah.
neutral, more neutral. Yeah, good. Okay, very good. So that's our first clearing done. Good. All right, so I did some of this already. Talked about the background, purpose of the seminar. I just have to keep reminding myself that the purpose is to teach you how to do heart speak. Sometimes I get off on tangents because I think it's interesting and fun, but I'm going to try to remember that by the end of today, you're all going to be doing heart speak. We're going to look at the flow of today, and occasionally I'll throw a principle, a HeartSpeak principle in there, a tip or a slant. Meaning a tip means do this and you'll be better. You'll find yourself easier. A slant is okay. Well, those people are looking at it from this point of view, but what if we look at it slightly different? That's a slant. Of course, materials we went over. Okay, first we're going to talk about the difference between thinking and feeling. We're going to start to feel. We're going to start to feel straight away. These two feelings are not traditionally used in the heart speak process, but you can use them. So close your eyes. And the reason we close our eyes when we feel it, it helps us focus inward. It improves interoception, the feeling on the inside. And when we close our eyes, we're blocking out visual stimulation. A lot of us are very visual, so it helps eliminate that kind of input. So close your eyes and look for a feeling of lightness. Just feel that. Feel the lightness. See if you can move the lightness around from where you first noticed it and move it maybe to one shoulder. Lighten that shoulder up. Maybe to the top of your head, lighten the top of your head up. And then put it back down into your heart space. And then we'll put the lightness aside, and look for a feeling of heavy. And just notice where you feel that at first. See if you can play with that heavy. Can you contract it, make it denser and denser and denser, smaller and smaller? And then make it bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, good. Next, I want to show you that you can do HeartSpeak using heavy and light.
Mm.
And if you learn nothing else today, you'll be able to do a very, very simplified version of HeartSpeak using just heavy and light. So let's start off using just a physical sensation. Turn your heads to the right and to the left. And most of us can't go one way as well as the other. For me today, it's to the right. Left is easier. So whichever way is not as easy, turn that way. And then put your hand, just touch where it feels like the block is coming from, what's stopping you from turning. May not be painful, but just feels like I can't go any farther, and I think it's coming from here. All right, now keep your hand there and close your eyes, tuck your head. Keep your fingers there still, and look for a heaviness around that area of your neck. Feel heavy. Heaviness, heavy, heavy, heavy. Keep feeling the heavy. Breathe in and out the heavy. Breathe in and breathe out the heavy. One more breathe out of the heavy. And then we're going to breathe in a feeling of light. And put your head back slightly, shoulders back. Breathe in a feeling of light right into that place where your hand is. One more big breath in of the light. And then relax. And let go of your hands. And then just relax for a moment and then turn one way and then the other. And now for me anyway, it's more even. What did you both notice?
More even.
More even, yeah.
Yeah,
Jeannie, better, yeah.
yes, really, really opened up.
Yeah, so, I mean, we could stop right there, and you could do HeartSpeak doing that. And it will be effective for many, many situations, but we're not gonna stop. But I'm just saying, if you get lost, some people, it's just too much for them to learn everything. So you can just do that and you can still do a form of HeartSpeak. Cool. We're gonna pick apart the HeartSpeak flow, the flow chart. Starting with the categories of feelings, and then we're gonna talk about each of the feelings. We're gonna learn how to clear and pivot. And that will be today. By the end of today, we'll be doing the HeartSpeak process fully. Yeah. Tomorrow will be all about practicing it. There's one thing about doing it, and then the other, well, how do I do it? How do I use it? How can I start? How can I, once you get started, the process is the same each time. But it's the starting, that's the key. That's what we're going to focus on tomorrow. Here's the first HeartSpeak principle: change is possible always. Now, this is really important because it's why people come to you. It's why people go to any practitioner. It's because they wanted things to be different than they are. If they didn't think that change is possible, they wouldn't show up. They wouldn't go to doctors. They wouldn't go to practitioners. They would just sort of suffer in silence. So the past does not have to equal the future. What you're experiencing now and in your past doesn't have to, you don't have to be triggered into doing the same thing into the future. People that don't believe this, I wouldn't waste much time on. I don't try to convince them that change is possible, that you can't convince anyone of anything. You can just show them, invite them. What if things could be different? I often ask what if questions, which are open-ended. They don't require an answer. What if you didn't have to have that hip pain? What if that hip pain went away and you could play golf again? What if you and your sister could be, repair the argument and have a relationship again? What if? So that's the first HeartSpeak principle. All right. Have you ever thought about what a thought is and what a feeling is? Yeah. Let's use the definition. Here are the definitions. So this is a thought. The content of cognition, the main thing you're thinking about. Okay. The process of using your mind to consider something carefully. That really doesn't really like that. I wasn't satisfied. A personal belief or judgment that is not founded on proof or certainty. When I read that, I'm thinking, you mean, by the way, I read that definition the first time while I was studying at Oxford, who value thoughts way above everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a thought is a personal belief or judgment. And, I was studying clinical research, evidence-based healthcare, and I know, this is thought to be true. We know that X is true. And then 20 years down the track, we know that X is, well, that's not exactly how it is. So we know that instead of that, it's this now. Okay, now that's true. And then maybe 20 years down the track, we'll know that, well, it's not exactly true. Now that we know that this is true. So it is what it is for the moment. And it's not founded on proof or certainty. And even proofs and research can change. So that's what a thought is. Now, one of the coolest things about thoughts is that in neuroscience, we don't know how they get into your head. A thought will just seem to like pop in your head. Oh, I had a thought, blah, 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 blah. Well, how did it get there? Where did it come from? And we don't know. We don't know. To me, that's.
So Dr.
Yeah.
Anne, would you say that that is like between the brain and the mind, so that
Yeah.
there's a
The brain is one thing. That's a physical anatomy and physiology that's going on, but the mind is a completely different thing. And I tend to work with the mind.
so are thoughts more in the mind then?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you could say that.
I felt that way too.
Yeah. We don't know how they get there, which is the cool thing. Do they do people and there's anyway, we just don't know how to get there, which is cool. Here's a feeling definition. The experience of affect and emotional states. Okay, a vague idea in which some confidence is placed. Now, when I read that definition of a feeling, meanwhile, I'm at Oxford. I have one foot in the research world and one foot in the HeartSpeak world, and I'm all about feeling, but I also need to think logically. So when I read that, I'm thinking, oh, it's a vague idea. I'm like, well, actually, you know what? Feelings are vague. When you compare them to thoughts which are more concrete, feelings are vague. And in which some confidence is placed. In fact, I would venture to say that in general, people do not place a lot of confidence in their feelings, which is something that I'm trying to change. One of the missions of HeartSpeak, the HeartSpeak movement, is all about getting people to trust their feelings more. Okay, so those are but we kind of have an idea how feelings come about. Usually something triggers a feeling, and then a physiological change happens in our bodies, and we sense that as a feeling. And then we have learned that sensation is related to the feeling of fear, or this sensation is related to a feeling of sadness. So we've learned to pair them, but who's to say? A lot of times I'll be working with someone and they'll say, oh, it's not really, I can't really get some anger, but I can be sad. Okay, well, the muscle test suggests that we clear an anger. So let's put the sad aside for a moment and let's just pretend to be angry.
Mm.
So people think they have an idea of what feeling they're feeling, but sometimes I think it might not be 100% accurate. All right. Okay, everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. All right, so the difference between thoughts and feelings, one is thought to be objective, useful, important. The other is thought to be not useful and not important. But I'm going to suggest to you that both are useful. Both are important. I'm going to also show you now, let you experience the difference between a thought and the feeling. So close your eyes. And I'm going to ask you to think. Now to think, I'm going to ask you to either do the 4 times tables in your head. And as you're doing that, you're going to notice where your thoughts seem to be. And this is not right or wrong. It's just something for you to experience. Put your hand where your thoughts seem to be. Go ahead and do that. And then keep your hands there and open your eyes. And when I do this in person, wherever I am in the world, 9 people out of 10 will be shoulders and above. 1 person out of 10 will be somewhere else. Okay, that's just interesting. Just interesting. Okay, and then we're going to look for a feeling now. So close your eyes and look for a strong feeling, whether it's anger or sadness or joy or curious, whatever. Pick one. Get it really strong. And put your hand where you're experiencing that. No right or wrong. It's just interesting. Jeannie, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay, we just can't see a
You
hand.
can't
But
see me?
okay.
Okay.
Okay, and Sandeep, you're here on your heart. Where are you, Jeannie?
I was on the heart.
Okay, yeah. Again, 9 times out of 10, it's somewhere in the torso for feelings. 1 time out of 10, it's, an extremity or, back of the head or in the hip or something. But it's just interesting. And I really have to open the window because it's really hot. That's fresh air. And so I'm going to suggest maybe that the difference between a thought and a feeling is maybe just where you're experiencing them. I think thoughts are somewhere in the head somewhere, and feelings are mostly in the body. Not always, but mostly. Both thoughts and feelings give us information, and it's what we do with that information that's important. So I'm going to suggest that the difference isn't so important. Thoughts and feelings. All right. Let's continue to share. Okay, here's another principle. Knowing is the natural state. What I mean by that is not logical knowing, but a feeling knowing, like knowing each point. Jeannie, we've had many conversations about this, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's the intuitive voice. It's that knowing. Just close your eyes. I just want you to imagine what your life would be like if you knew everything at every point, at every decision. There was you knew. There was no questioning, no dithering. And so tell me how that would feel. Tell me what that would be like for you. How would that be? How would your life feel?
Might be
Jeannie?
boring a little bit. Because you just, there's that wonder and the excitement that comes with
Not knowing.
just being something
Yeah.
to actually discover.
Yeah, I'm more talking about everyday things like, what to have for dinner,
Oh yeah, no, then that'd be like totally golden, man. It's like,
Yeah, if you didn't have to worry, we spend a lot of time, oh, should I, call so-and-so? No, there's always we spend a lot of time on the fence which takes a lot of energy, energy to
Oh,
dither
for sure.
uncertainty. So I'm going to suggest to you that knowing we would be is our natural state. If we don't, when we don't know, then then there's something to clear, I believe. All right. All right. In HeartSpeak, we use the idea that there's two minds, the feeling mind and the thinking mind. And we're always trying to balance the two. And there's a big movement, live from your heart, but we really do need both. We need both to lead a successful life, I think. We need to be thinking, we need logic, but we also need to trust our feelings as well. If you want to know what they're like, the thinking mind is typically like Sheldon Cooper from the Big Bang Theory. He's very logical, very straightforward, not a lot of feeling. And if you actually look at his face, this is a great picture because he doesn't have your typical emotion wrinkles, very, very little.
Yeah.
We get those interesting lines on our face from actually expressing emotions. And I don't think that this is going to play, but we can try. Oops. Let's see.
He has a Photoshop face, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. It makes me wonder if, yeah, it's not going to work. So you'll have to watch the videos. Yeah, with Zoom, I used to be able to show videos, and now something's changed, and now they don't work, which is annoying. Yeah, it makes me wonder if he's had any Botox.
For sure.
Yeah. And then the feeling mind is your typical 2-year-old. Yeah. There's not a lot of you can't really reason with a 2-year-old. You can't really, they just react and do what they're gonna do. The feeling mind could also be like your dog, you just a puppy. And the thinking mind could be like Spock from Star Trek, like Vulcan. So here are some traits of the thinking mind: rationalizes, explains, describes, categorizes, reflects, deliberates, solves, concludes, and tries to make sense of the world around you. Now, if you find yourself doing this, most of the time what you'll do is you'll notice it in someone else first before yourself. And that's okay. Just like, look at them, they're using their thinking mind. Oh, isn't that cute? Oh, I get it. And I'm not saying that only guys do this, but I notice the men will want to do this first. Not always, but there's also women that do it, but they want things to make sense. But a lot of times feelings don't have to make sense. They don't make sense, but we want them to. Anytime that you ask the question, why? That's the thinking mind wanting to know. Anytime that you use the word because, blah, 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 because, that's your thinking mind trying to explain things. But that's okay. That's what it does. So keep these in mind, these traits of the thinking mind, and start paying attention to when this mind is active. And what about the feeling mind? What does it do? Pretty much just feels. It just feels. That's what it does. Here are some interests of the thinking mind. It's interested in words and language, numbers, dates, and time. And of course, in HeartSpeak, we are going to use words. Like in the chart, we'll use words like fear and push and pull and the urge to flee. But those words are going to actually be a symbol for a feeling. So they're not going to, well, words are symbols for things, but we're going to use them to symbolize a feeling. And numbers we're going to use too in HeartSpeak. we're going to ask people how intense is that pain, whether it's an emotional pain or a physical pain or something else. We're going to ask them to rate the intensity of it, 0 to 10, usually 0 to 10. 0 meaning none at all, 10 is the biggest ever. And the number is just going to represent one of our feelings, whether it's sadness or freeze or pleasure. It's going to be a symbol. So that 5 is going to be a symbol for sadness, but we'll get to that. We kind of use time and dates in a little bit of a roundabout way. Time in that the point of formation is kind of like a date or a time, but it's not specific. We're not going to get real specific with that, because in the thinking mind, time gets really weird. So these are these are constructs of the thinking mind. The thinking mind created these. And it struck me as ironic as I was visiting, in England, in London, there's Greenwich, and then there's Greenwich Mean Time. And if you ever go to Greenwich and visit I don't know if it's a museum or what, but you can stand on one foot on each side of Greenwich Mean Time. And my friend wanted to do that. And we waited an hour or so online to do it. And then we take a photo, but it's just struck me as ironic. Like, that's just a line in the sand. Who decided that is the time? It's the thinking mind. Okay, well, that's 0 time. And then go this way, this many distance, that's going to be an hour later. So it really struck me as is almost irrelevant, as arbitrary. But the thinking mind wanted that. The thinking mind was happy. And again, the feeling mind really just wants to feel. Here's another principle. Multiple feelings can occur simultaneously. Now, on the one hand, we think, oh yeah, of course that makes sense. Of course they can. But on the other hand, we don't live like that. Meaning, if we see our 3-year-old son on the ground having a tantrum, all we see is the anger. All we know is the anger. But on the inside of that little mind body on the floor, it may have started off as fear, and then as sadness, and then it evolved to an anger. But it's all mixed up in there in that little body. So just keep in mind that what you see and what you're experiencing may not be the whole picture. All right. And it's the one that, even in us too, by the way, even though we're experiencing like whatever, we're starting to cry, and it doesn't necessarily mean we're sad. I think tears are an expression of a release of emotion, an expression of emotion. It doesn't necessarily have to mean anything. All right, here are some traits of the thinking mind. It doesn't think or reason. It's very difficult to reason with a 2-year-old or a dog. So don't worry about that. Don't bring reason into it. The thinking mind. The feeling mind. The feeling mind doesn't care about why. It doesn't care why you're feeling sad. It just wants to be sad. It's also a drama queen, excuse me, and it's wants to have that big giant tantrum, stamp its feet, shake its fists, and jump for joy. It wants to do all that. And why we don't do that as adults is because we have our thinking mind trying to suppressing all those behaviors. But the feeling mind inside literally wants to do that. And this is, you can see it even in adult. Used to work with adult people with disabilities, who doesn't have a lot of, logical thinking mind processes going on. And you could see them, jumping for joy and all that. Because they don't have the same sort of repression and suppression processes that we do. It also, the feeling mind also thinks categorically in black or white. It's either good or bad, right or wrong, up or down, left or right. And you'll see one of the videos that I show you is about 3-year-olds. They're discussing whether it's raining or sprinkling. This is a classic example. One or the other. It can't be both. And ironically, it probably is both in that video. All right. It's also imprecise. What that means is that for example, if you have a memory and I think I was, in 3rd grade and this is what happened. Do you think your feeling mind really cares if you were 8 or 9? No. It just has that memory. It wants to experience that. And keep this in mind when you're doing your clearing. In the clearing part of HeartSpeak, we're gonna try to amp up our feeling minds and put our thinking minds into hibernation. We're not gonna think, we're just gonna feel. And it doesn't really matter if you feel anger or resentment. It's still in the anger family. The feeling mind thinks, it's close enough. It's in the anger family. I'm good. We'll just go. But it's the thinking mind that's thinking, I think it's more like resentment. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's in the anger. It's in the anger family. So don't worry about being precise when you're feeling. It also reacts to the overall picture before it has all the information. And this is part of a survival tactic. By the way, these lists, the thinking mind list that we covered with the explaining, describing, categorizing, and also this list is not my own. It is actually can be found in a book called Emotional Intelligence by Dan Goleman. It's in the appendix. And I don't think he calls it thinking and feeling mind, but it's the same. This is what he's talking about. And the reacting before it has this is a survival tactic. If we're walking down a path in the woods and we jump because we think we see a snake, we need to do that. We need to react. Then we could look back and think, it's just a twig. Then we can think about it rationally. This is survival. It's important. Also, I grew up. I did my whole psychology training, learning time and time again, being taught that thoughts come before feelings. Thoughts push feelings. But I'm going to introduce you to the researcher whose feelings will show you that feelings come before thoughts. So feelings come milliseconds before thoughts, which is, again, necessary for survival. Also, it's very simple. The feeling mind is simple. When you find yourself getting too complex or trying to get the ins and outs, that's your thinking mind. It also doesn't really get time. This is why when the kids are in the back seat saying, how much longer? Are we there yet? You can say 5 more minutes, and then they'll forget about it. And then an hour later, they'll go, are we there yet? So that works. Time gets weird. And you will notice this as well. If you've ever had a session, Jeannie, that the time goes just so quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like we get into the feeling mind and time just goes.
Mm-hmm.
And in-person classes, I sometimes will time a clearing And it's literally between 20 and 30 seconds that you're actually clearing fear, 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 fear. And then we're done. And and when you ask it how long it seem like, it seemed like minutes, but
Yeah.
really it was only 25 seconds.
Huh.
Yeah. It does seem like a long time, especially in hard emotions like sadness, painful emotion like sadness. It feels like we're in the tunnel of sadness forever and it doesn't never end. And I'm, oh my God, just keep going. Eventually you'll get out the other end. And it does seem like it's longer because it's just harder to keep going. So in other words, when you're in the clearing phase of the process, don't worry how long it's taking because it's never taking longer as long as you think it is. It's also indiscriminating, meaning it connects similar things. We need to do this. This is a survival thing too. What this means is, okay, this stimulus I've experienced in the past. Okay, I remember that. This is all can happen non-consciously, by the way. This stimulus is actually kind of like this stimulus. There's some similarities. This is not, we're not doing this consciously, by the way. Similarities. So this worked the last time. So we might try the same thing this time to see if it worked. Oh, it did work. Good. And then, then when we run across a different stimulus, oh, well, that's similar to that. So I might just do that again. Oh, it seemed to work. But this stimulus could look nothing like this stimulus. So we connect similar things. We need to do that. It's kind of how we learn. It's part of the learning process. It is also important to note that in the feeling world, context/content is really important. Like where you're experiencing the feeling adds a lot to the feeling experience.
Can you explain that more, or the difference between context and
Yes. Have you ever had the experience of like a deja vu, like you felt like you've been here before?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What about a flashback? I remember one time where when I was in my teens and 20s, I used to do some whitewater kayaking, racing. And I remember going to this one river, and it was a really difficult, hard river, like it was a class 4 or even 5. And I was really quite young and scared. And I was like, I know I remember it being traumatic for me. Not too long ago, in the last 10 years, I went back to that same river. And I remember being absolutely like goosebumps and like terror. I felt terror because it was the same woods, the same river, same place. Does that make sense now?
That's the context.
Context.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Another thing about context is sometimes, like people, when I have sessions with them, often are in the same place when they're clearing. Maybe next time, let's try a different place. Be in a different space. Be outside. Sometimes I get even people to go into a public place. It's really fun. I've had people try that, like into a cafe or a park or somewhere. Just brings
Sweet.
things up differently. Sometimes I get people to lie on the ground during like get on the hands and knees or get on their sides to do clearings because it does change the clearing. It can be different.
Okay.
Another example I can give about indiscriminating is this. And again, this is non-consciously. We don't know even we're doing this, but we do it. And we think, oh, you know what? My new boyfriend, he's a man. Oh, yeah. And then, oh, wait a minute, my ex-husband was a man too. And my dad was a man. So you know what? I'm just going to treat them all the same. And then we wonder why we keep dating the same men. So it's indiscriminating. It connects similar things. And the things may not logically make sense. This man may not be nothing like our father, but we just connect them in our
Yeah, that's a
feeling.
good one.
Yeah, yeah. Also, it talks in superlatives or absolutes, always, never, all, none. Mama, you always let him have that. You never give me any of that. I get none of that. He has all the, well, when you ever hear those words coming in, you just know that your feeling mind is becoming active. And if you hear someone else saying those words, those superlatives or absolutes, just take a break. I'm just going to go to the toilet, honey, and I'll be back in, I don't know, about 20 minutes. No, you can just take a break. Just take a break. It's also thinks personally, and the feeling mind is all about me. It's I'm responsible for this. I did that, good and bad. This can be very, again, non-consciously, but very strong in people. This is why children love magic and magical thinking. They love to be able to wave a Harry Potter wand and be able to change something in their lives. And I remember absolutely loving a few shows on TV growing up. I remember going around the house blinking, like trying to blink my things different. I Dream of Jeannie. You remember that, Jeannie?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
And then there's always Bewitched.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was a good one too. So how might this look in real life is in an adult version, it would be like, okay, if I only could think of something to do to make mommy stop crying.
Mhm.
Or if I only was better behaved, daddy wouldn't have left. It's my fault. I did it. Yeah. So it's yeah. So that's your feeling mind kicking in. A feeling mind also is self-confirming and its beliefs are absolute. Beliefs are absolute is this. This is what I believe, and you can't talk me out of it. And there. And self-confirming are this is what I believe, and see, I'm right. See, I'm right. But then it doesn't even see the things that disconfirm the belief. Yeah, it doesn't even register. We look for proof proving of our beliefs. Okay, so those are the traits of the feeling mind. Now there's that one video I have, it's the 3-year-olds talking about raining or sprinkling. And I ask you to look at that video and then see if there's any of these traits that come to mind, and there's going to be a handful. All right, so when I use the word feelings, I tend to use this word rather than emotions, because I think emotions are just the ordinary ones that we talk about. And sensations are more or less body sensations, but I think they're all the same. I call them all feelings. And feelings are thought to be subjective, meaning personal, but subjective, meaning that yes, that they're your own experience, but if you so are feelings personal though? Just because you're having a feeling, does that mean, what does that mean? Just means that you're experiencing it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the origin of the feeling came from within you. Have you ever been to like a football game or something where, there's this, and then everyone gets really excited about something and you get really excited, but you don't know what happened. Emotions are contagious. Feelings are contagious. We could be, driving to work and you're in a great mood and everything's all great, and you stop and you get some gas and the guy behind you's grumpy at you because you're not moving quick enough, and you're like, by the time you get to work, you're all grumpy too. Feelings are contagious. Just
Like
because
watching like watching a scary movie or something. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't handle this. I have to go in the kitchen and open that.
Yes, exactly.
Get away from that.
Yeah. Exactly. So feelings are not personal per se. They're just giving you some information. They're not right or wrong. They're not negative or positive, even though we think some feelings are positive emotions and some are negative emotions. That's, typically, traditionally what's being said out there. But I don't necessarily think in those terms. And I don't talk in terms of good and bad. And feelings are just information. But here are some good and bad feelings. This list is thought to be bad. This list is thought to be good or positive, negative. But can you think of a time, of course, when fear is actually a good thing? Yeah, yeah. It's that little intuitive hit, like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should drive to the shop instead of walk today. That kind of thing. Fear and anger. Can you think of a time when anger is a good thing? Yeah, I think anger is a big motivator, big change agent. It's very difficult to imagine a world. It's not so much the anger, the feeling, but it's what we do with the feeling, the anger, that gets us into trouble. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily. Anger is very similar to determined. So, physiologically, by the way. So it's just a way maybe you twist it a bit. Like fear, the physiological difference between fear and excitement, there's not a lot of difference physiologically. It's just our interpretation of it. And oftentimes when a friend's child would be like they're scared or shy, or you want, hey, come down, let's go down the slide. And then they'll say, oh no. Then the mom will say, oh, he's scared. And I say, are you scared or excited? And they'll be like, oh, and then off we go.
Yeah.
And here too, can you think of a time, for example, when bliss isn't necessarily useful? I was in Toronto, in Canada, the day that marijuana became legal. Talk about bliss. Everyone was just totally blissed out. And I don't think that's actually a helpful state to be in 100% of the time. Yeah, you don't worry about things. You're not stressed, but I don't know if it's pretty helpful, for example. When I grew up in the 80s, it was all about positive mental attitude, you know? It's like have a positive mental attitude. I forget who was touting that and what his name was, but he's one of those gurus, mental state gurus. But I always, again, this is a time when I'm always really feeling deeply, and I'm thinking, this is all BS. I don't want to feel positive. I'm not positive. This is one other thing that I tried, affirmations. I remember this distinctly. And I remember, putting, as you do, post it on your mirror, and you say the affirmation each morning, and you say it, and it just got me more pissed off and more pissed off. I had to stop because I thought it was inauthentic. And now I've actually read research to show that affirmations are not useful for a certain percentage of the population. I think it's around 10% of the population. For that reason, I thought I was just lying to myself,
Yeah.
and it got me mad. Anyway, so these are just feelings. So instead of calling them good and bad, sometimes I call them beneficial and harmful. Although I don't know which conference I was talking to someone who was actually quite a big name. And he goes, I'm not so sure about that, beneficial and harmful. That's true. It's true. So I'm tending to call these the triggered feelings and these the pivot feelings. So you'll see when we get there. All right, here are some conditions that are linked to harmful feelings like stress, depression, anxiety. Now, if you look at this list, it's quite a diverse list. There's not one system or organ that's involved. And the research, what I did was I looked in research databases for conditions that were positively correlated to stress, depression, anxiety, meaning the symptoms got worse when there were more stress or more depression. And this is a really diverse list, and I'm really safe. I feel very safe to say that any symptom could be related to stress. And in HeartSpeak, we're not going to be addressing these symptoms. We're not going to be treating people for headaches or multiple sclerosis or TMJ problems or fibromyalgia. But what we're going to do is work on the stress that could be causing the symptom. Oh, and look, the symptom is better as well. So does that make sense to you all?
Yes.
Yeah, good. All right, now let's start talking about feelings. Now, a feeling just doesn't sort of come about, although sometimes it does seem like it might. But there's often something to trigger the feeling, and then often a response after the feeling. There are some people, and I would agree to some extent, that a feeling is a type of response. So it's stimulus response. However, I'm going to tweeze it apart because I think if we pay attention to the feelings, we'll have a better choice of how we respond. The stimulus could be pretty much anything real. The sight, like even just being in that woods near the river, hearing the sound of the river, the smell of the river, like the smell of the woods, the crunch of the leaves underneath my feet. All was very real for me. It completely triggered a feeling in me of bordering on terror. But the stimulus could be imagined as well. Even just imagining, remembering the times when I was kayaking in that river and like it was really scary. I was scared. Like I didn't have control. That's how it felt. But I can just imagine it using a memory or a dream or some kind of fantasy or some top and imagining, like it may not even be a real thing, like it just sort of worst case scenario. Oh my gosh. So it doesn't really matter what the stimulus is, real or imagined. It could trigger the feeling, and then that feeling could push a response. Now, the response is usually a behavior, thought, or physiological change. For example, we do something, we think something, or something inside us changes. Most people want to change something here. They'll go to a doctor and say, oh, I don't like these thoughts I'm having. I'm not very confident, or I don't like after I see my mother, I get an upset stomach. Or they might not put those two and two together, but they might come for the upset stomach, or I break out into a hives, or I have this phobia of spiders. In fact, that's a good example. I did my master's thesis at Oxford on spider phobia. And And most of the spider phobics I spoke to had behavior changes. They didn't go to places where they could run into a spider, like into a cellar or into the woods or someplace like that. They had thoughts about themselves that were, not healthy. Like, oh, I'm so stupid. I don't understand this. I just can't get over it. I'm gonna just be that. And they also had physiological changes. Some people broke out into a sweat. Some people got a headache. Some people got actually sick or felt sick. But regardless, that most people they come into a practitioner wanting to change the response. Now, say, my spider phobics had tummy issues. They went to the doctor and they were given tablets for an ulcer or taking an antacid or something like that. The physiological change might be minimized, but down the track, if you suppress that physiological change, you might then develop migraines or some other symptom. So if we suppress the response, maybe the physiological change might be a rash. Oh, just use this cream, we'll cover up the rash. Well, maybe then you might develop cancer or heart disease or something else or fibromyalgia. So I think in my perfect world, I do this thing called my perfect world where the universe could throw any stimulus at us and we still choose how we respond. Not even a blip, like, whatever. Wouldn't that be great if we could just roll with it?
Not quite there.
Yeah, we good. Okay. And so I think though, if we can change the trigger, how we react to the trigger, by paying attention to our feelings, that's where we're headed here. But a lot of these things are non-conscious. The stimulus, we might be non-conscious. We might even have no idea why we're feeling what we're feeling, but all of a sudden we are. We might also have no idea why we have the upset stomach or the rash, but all of a sudden we do. Now, by definition, I'm on the fence a little bit about this. The researchers that are researching emotions, the big names, define an emotion or a feeling. I'm going to have another conversation about this with some people, but they say it's conscious. It's a conscious sensation. Although I am tending to think that it could be sort of right on the edge. It's mainly conscious, but maybe just under the surface. So we're kind of vaguely aware of it, but not entirely. That's what I'm thinking now. But the people that make the decisions say that a feeling is a conscious sensation. So, but here's a question, the old philosophical question: if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a noise? If the stimulus causes a response, but we don't know, we're not aware of what the stimulus is, could it still be harmful? Yeah, of course it can. So the idea is to bring everything as much as possible into our awareness so that we do have a better choice about how to respond. So I think if we this is why I ask people to work on interoception, feeling what's happening on the inside so we can grow that, and HeartSpeak does do that. And then we can have kind of like an early warning system, like, oh, there's something going on here. Yeah. All right, moving on. Some people think, oh, I still can't feel it. I can't feel what I'm asking you to do. I'm never going to ask you to feel anything you can't feel. So don't worry about that. You'll be able to. All right, what's normal, what's not normal? Start thinking of feelings having a certain level of intensity and lasting for a certain amount of time. So a normal emotional response, mild to moderate intensity. And once the stimulus, the trigger is gone, we should normalize, physiologically be normal within 5 minutes. And The interesting thing about the intensity of feelings, it has to reach a certain amount of intensity before we pay attention to it, or before it gets our attention. And the more intense doesn't necessarily mean it's any more important. It's just more intense. It's trying to get your awareness. It's trying to get your attention. It's trying to get into your face to pay attention to this. There's a couple of abnormal responses. One is the intensity doesn't really match the situation. Honey, I told you a million times not to put your teacup in the sink. Just put it in the freaking dishwasher. That's it, I'm leaving. That's too much. That's intense. Or if it just lasts too long, that's so and so, he did such and such 25 years ago, and I still can't stand the sight of him. That's too long. So if you're still harboring grudges, even a week later, that's too long. So there's something to clear in both those cases. All right, so we're going to start thinking of feelings as having an intensity and lasting for a certain amount of time, just like pain has a certain level of intensity and then lasts for a certain amount of time. Feelings can too. Now, we don't know what feeling that is, other than it might be excitement, it might be anger, I don't know, but it seems to be pretty intense. All right, let's keep going. Do we need a break? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. I will stop the share. We'll give you to the bottom of the hour. So
Okay.
that 8 minutes, is that okay? 8 minutes?
Perfect.
All right, very good. I'll pause the recording. Okay, back to it. All right, so now we're going to start picking apart the flow. And this is the one, this page particularly is the one diagram that you'll want to be printed out. We're going to start by looking at the categories and then the feelings. Where's my little pointer? There it is. And then the feelings. We're going to save the point of formation tomorrow. What we're going to do, I'm going to go over each of these feelings. Actually, let's see if I can do it that way. I'm going to share this one. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, this one, because I can make it bigger. Yeah, all right. So we're going to talk quite a lot tomorrow about the first step here. Decide what to check, how to start a HeartSpeak session. We're going to talk a little bit about testing for stress, but let's focus now more on the feelings. And as I said, I'm in the middle of rewriting level 1, and this is how I'm going to be teaching it from now on. I'm going to talk about each of the categories and then how to clear and pivot each of the feelings. So if you can print this out or have it printed out in this part, where is it? There it is. Okay. That one. Do you see this one, the clearing and pivoting verbiage? Yeah. So that's a really good one to have at least at your disposal now, or at least up on your screen as I'm talking so you can refer to it. And let's go back to this one. Yes. There we go. Whoops. No, that's the wrong one. The bigger one. There we go. Okay, so there's 4 categories: emotions, urges, resistances, and pleasures. When I first started feeling my way through feelings, I was just using the emotions. And that works really well. So you will know these 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 4 are primary emotions: fear, anger, sadness, and disgust. Shame is a secondary emotion. And well, we all know what fear is. So in HeartSpeak, we look at for families of emotions, families of feelings. So in the fear family, there's anything from a little bit nervous, stressed, anxious, to terror, and really scared. And we don't really care. It's going to be somewhere in that family. So we're going to go from the feeling of fear. And we're looking for fear, it doesn't matter what the source of the fear is. You can use anything that's fear inducing, anything real or imagined. And then we're going to, I'm going to be changing this too. We're going to pivot from fear into love. I can't show them both at the same time. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Sorry, let's see if I can get this. There we go. All right, so we're going to go from fear to love. This is on the pivoting chart. Fear to love. All right, so let's practice that. So we're going to close our eyes. Close your eyes because we go inside. It helps with feeling. Look in your heart space. There's a reason for that, which we'll get to, for a feeling of fear. The feeling of fear is this. It's, oh no, what if, oh dear. Nervousness, ooh, edginess, fear. And then we're going to open up, head back, shoulders back, chest out, and we're going to look for a feeling of love. And in HeartSpeak, this is the big love. It's not associated with any person or situation. It just is love. Feel that. Fill yourself up with that. Good. And the next emotion we're going to work with is anger. And then we're going to go from anger to joy. All right. Now, to feel an anger, I'm going to ask you to put your hands in fists. In fact, contract all your arms, your chest, your arms, your forearms, your fists. Make an angry face, a scowl. Feel anger. Look in your heart space first. Heart space. Sometimes you can make a noise. And then we're going to go from anger to joy. Head back, shoulders back, chest out, and look for joy in your heart. Joy is that little flicker of lightness inside. We're not going to hold on to feelings. We're going to just let them come up and then let them go. Let them come up and then let it go. Joy. Okay. Did you do that okay? Did you find joy okay? Anger? Good. All right. Moving on. Sadness, we're going to go to peace. To get sadness, I find it really helps to make a sad face. And it's all in the lip. Boo-hoo. And you're going to tuck your head. Also, with sadness, we're going to take a sad posture. So put your hands over your eyes and tuck your head. Sad face. keep looking for sadness. And I find that the breath really helps sadness. Take a breath in and sigh out the sadness. Great. And then we're going to take a breath in and open up the front of the body, head back, shoulders back, chest out, and look for peace in your heart. Sometimes peace is hard to find after sadness, but when you find it, it's like, oh, there it is, peace, and then drop into it. Choose peace. Okay. The next feeling pair we're going to do is disgust going to allowance. Now, for disgust, it's all in the yuck. It's to wrinkle the nose, the bad taste in the mouth, just repulsed. It's just in the here. You squint your eyes, you wrinkle your nose. Ugh. If you really get this going, you notice your mouth will start to water and your tummy might get even a bit queasy. Ugh. 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 Yawning too might happen, and not just.
I'm just like, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but it's a release. It's just like crying. Release is a release of emotion. All right, and allowance. We're gonna go from one to the other, but allowance. Actually, we'll do that first. So feel disgust. Now, when we feel disgust, I'm gonna get your hand over your mouth. Tuck your head like you're gonna be sick, like you can't stand it. It's like gross. It's so gross. Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. And then open up, head back, shoulders back, chest out. Look for allowance. Be in allowance, which is, well, whatever, water off a duck's back. Okay, Sarah, Sarah. Whatever will be, will be. Allowance. It's lovely, isn't it? That feeling.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then the last emotion is shame. Now, shame is a secondary emotion because it often follows a judgment or a thought. But in HeartSpeak, it doesn't, we're going to make it into a primary meaning. It doesn't matter why you feel ashamed. We're just going to cringe into a shame. Now, the posture we take, many of the feelings we work with have a specific posture. And there is an actual shame, a posture of shame. And that is a hand on your face. And it's usually the right hand skewed on your face like this. And if you want to add to it, the left hand is underneath the elbow of the right. Your shoulders come up to your ears and you cringe. Ugh. Feel shame, embarrassed, awkward. Oh, feel it. And take a breath in, open up into a pride. Now, pride, head, nose up, shoulders back. Really puff your chest out. Pride. This is a big pride, not to do with anything you've accomplished. It's generally just pleased with yourself. I want to feel all little kids full of this. All right. Now, if you notice on the chart, let me get back there. This chart, it has an other down the bottom here. All my charts, whatever chart I've created, always has an out. Because I don't think, this is very confining. And if in feelings, I don't know everything about feelings, so I've left an out. this isn't on the verbiage chart, but if it comes up other, I often will guess what it is. Muscle test to find out if we're on the right track. And then pivot to gratitude or something simple. Okay. All right. Those are the emotions. Now, I was really happy with those. We're going to do a clearing up with just the emotions, and I'll show you, you can just stop there. In fact, HeartSpeak Lite is the simple version of HeartSpeak that pretty much anyone can learn to use. It just uses the emotions. Now, let's take an example of a painful memory. Okay. Now, a painful memory is something that's happened to you in your past that when you bring it to mind, it still hurts. Now, if you're a victim of trauma, I'm going to ask you not to bring that up, but something that still hurts. Maybe you weren't invited to that girl's 12th birthday party when everyone else in your class was. Or maybe, you know, whatever, something that it just hurts when you bring it up. Everyone has that, right? So if we're going to follow the chart, and we'll kind of follow the chart now. So that's what I'm going to ask you to decide which one. You pick that one memory. I'm going to ask you to rate the intensity of the memory, how painful it is. 0 means no pain at all. 10 is the most ever. Bring your memory to mind, and I'm going to test it for stress. And the weakness means stress is present. And now we're going to just pick an emotion here. And this is what I'm showing you that HeartSpeak, you can just use emotions. So I'm going to go down. So fear, anger. Okay, we're going to use anger. We're going to skip the point of formation. I'm going to guide you through clearing and then pivoting the anger into joy. So hands and fists, make an angry face. Contract your arms, your shoulders, your chest, make a scowl on your face. Oh, be cross with your face. Oh, be angry, 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 angry. Oh, so mad. And honor this anger. You have every right to feel this way. Okay, one more big anger. And then relax your hands, relax your face, open up the front of your body, head back, shoulders back, chest out, and look for joy in your heart space, regardless of what's happened, where you are, and what's going on. You can still feel joy. You can choose joy. We're going to go, we've cleared anger, and we're going to pivot to joy. Just let your whole heart dance with joy for a moment before opening your eyes. And so we're going to re-rate and repeat or done. Okay, so we started with that painful memory. I'm going to ask you to bring it to mind again. Close your eyes. Try to get upset about it. Try to work yourself up about it. And then on a 0 to 10 scale, where are you now? Give me an idea of where you started and where you ended up with.
I was a 5 and I came to a 1.
1, excellent. But you, Jeannie?
I was about a 6, and I actually felt like it was a 0, like a no big deal, but I don't know if that's right.
Okay, very good. Okay, that's good. So there's 2 very simple ways you could do HeartSpeak, using just heavy and light. And how I would do that would be if I'm going through my life and I get hit with something heavy, I'll just take a pause and just feel through the heavy, 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 and then I'll do a quick pivot, bring in light, 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 and then go carry on. Or if sometimes if I just want to do this real quick, I'll just get a feeling, one of these emotions, fear, anger, sadness, disgust, or shame, go into that, and then pivot, and it's better. But there's more. And let's go on to the urges now.
See, may I ask you a question? Okay,
Yes.
so let's say you are in a conversation with somebody like on the phone or, whatever.
Yeah.
How could you do that, like the heavy at that
Yeah,
time?
it
When you're
was,
right in the thick of it, and it brings
yeah,
back something, you don't want to say something that at that moment
Yeah.
it's not.
there are times when I've excused myself to go to the toilet or whatever, and I will
Oh,
do that.
okay.
But, it isn't, it's not easy to do it in the heat of the moment.
Okay.
There is another course, a little course I teach, it's called HeartSpeak Tools. It's a set of 10 strategies you can use to change how you're feeling in the moment.
I see. Okay.
But there is a difference. We don't do through the clearing and the pivoting. We just change our state. The difference is with HeartSpeak Light, we're changing the way we're triggered. We're softening triggers.
Mm.
So the next time that trigger comes up, we're less likely to feel that way. But if you use the tools, yes, they're useful. Yes, they can change how you feel in the moment, but they're not going to soften triggers. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So when I first started HeartSpeak, doing what became HeartSpeak, I just was working with the emotions, but I got a little bit bored and they didn't seem as authentic as I would have liked. So then I started to look around and then I started to investigate the fight or flight responses. And yeah, these are the 4 that are most commonly used. And there's others, like there's fawn and others. But having had a good look around, these seem to be the most, and also using them on myself, these are the ones that came up the most. Fight, flee, freeze. Faint only comes up now and again, although it's good when it does come up. All right, now the urges, they're the stress responses. Now, with the urges, with any stress response, we feel there is a threat, a danger. So we perceive a threat or a danger. We may not be aware of what it is, or that we're actually experiencing being threatened, but we automatically then will go into one of these 4 responses. And remember, it could be either a real thing, like that person reminds me of someone that did this to me and I'm like freaked out, boom, I'll go into a freeze. Or it could be an imagined, or you can just think of something and you automatically go into a flee. I want to get out of here. In your life, you will see these, especially, all of these really. So the urge to fight. By the way, out of all of these, if we're threatened, what does an animal do first?
Well, mostly they stop and then they try to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, freeze first. They freeze like, oh my gosh, is that really a danger? Is that it? I'm just going to be here and not move. And then I'm just going to wait and see what happens. So freeze is the first thing an animal does. And I want you to think of it in level 1 anyway, as a hide, like a kid under the covers. I just want to be here. I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be seen. Freeze, freeze, freeze. All right. So that's what freeze is. Hide. And with freeze, our muscles contract. We make ourselves really small because predators, which is what we're prey at this point. Predators have special cells in their eyes that detect motion. So if we're still and small, we're going to be safer. They're not going to see us. We're going to get through this. All right, so think of freeze as literally small and still. All right, in level 2, we talk about other ways we freeze, but most of the time we're hiding. All right, and if you look at let's go back to the chart. So freeze, we're going to go from the feeling of the urge to freeze to a feeling of expansive. I'm going to guide you through doing that now. All right. So close your eyes, make yourself small, go hide, go into a ball. Make yourself small, 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 contract your muscles, freeze, hide, hide, hide. And keep looking for that freeze. Oh no, oh no, oh no, just gonna be small here, just gonna be quiet. Keep looking for freeze, freeze, freeze. It's not safe to come out of hiding. You keep looking for that. I'll just say a few more things about freeze. I'm going to ask you to not talk yourselves out of freezing, not talk yourselves out of hiding. Wait till you feel it's safe to come out of hiding. When you feel it's safe to come out, then sit up in an open posture. And then let's really be open. Head back, shoulders back, arch your back, palms open and up. And instead of contracting and making yourself smaller, start expanding. Expand to include the whole room you're in, and then the whole building. And then out to the street. Keep expanding your consciousness to the whole neighborhood, the whole town or suburb, the whole region. Keep expanding to the whole province or state, the whole country, the whole continent, the whole planet, past the moon. Keep going. Past every planet in the solar system, to the whole galaxy, and then to the whole universe, past every star known and unknown, and enjoy that expansiveness for a moment before opening your eyes. By the way, how is it out there?
Light.
So good.
Yeah.
You can go there anytime, by the way. You can go anytime. It's always a place to go. Sometimes when I am going into maybe a difficult meeting or situation, I will spend a moment to go out there. I think it puts things in perspective. It opens us up, makes us more receptive. It's a really good place to meet people from. Yeah, cool. All right, freeze. Next, Jeannie, you did say it. After freeze, and the rabbit will assess whether or not it's a danger. If it's really a danger, it will flee, try to run away, get back to its burrow.
Yeah.
So the urge to flee is, I want to go. I don't like this. I'm not comfortable. I'm not safe. I don't really like it at all. I don't like it. I just want to go. There's edginess, there's urgency, there's panic, there's discomfort. I just want to go. I want to go. I don't like this. Where can I go? I can go out the window if I want. I can go out the door. I can just really jump through that. Blah, blah, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right. So that's flee. You will see this in life. My nephew, who isn't here at the moment, but he could have been, he always bounces his knee, he just bounce, 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 bounce. And that's a flee. That's a sign of he's uncomfortable. And I'll say to him, hey, so you're a bit nervous? No? Well, okay. All right, so the urge to flee, and then we're going to pivot to a sense of calm, which is lovely. Let's hear. Flee to calm. All right, so close your eyes and into a ball again, like a scared rabbit. Like you just want to, I want to go, I want to go. Look for that flee, flee, flee. I just gotta go. I want to go. Where can I go? Where can I go? I gotta get out. It's uncomfortable. I don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I just want to go. I want to go. I want to get out of here. I just can't wait to get out. I just want to go, but I just want to get out. Keep looking for that urge to flee until you don't have to flee. You can just be. Look for flee. We'll take a big breath in and open up the front of your body and look for a sense of calm in your heart. Calm. Sometimes it's hard to find after a flee, but when you find it, it's like, oh, there it is, calm, and then drop into it. Choose calm. Despite what's happening externally, you can choose calm inside. And then in your mind's eye, from the point of view of calm, turn toward the threat, the danger. And now there's just calm. Imagine it coming towards you like a river, a current. But now there's just calm. And enjoy calm in amongst the turbulence. Choose calm for a moment before opening your eyes. Awesome. Ah, good. Excellent. Let's keep going. Is that were those okay? Flee to calm? Yep, good. The next one, fight. Fight, I think, is an animal's last ditch effort to survive. I don't think it really wants to fight, although it will. And remember, these are the urge to fight, the urge to flee. It's not that quite that you're throwing the punch yet, but you're working up to it. And you haven't quite run away, but you would like to. So the urge to fight, people will bear up, they'll make themselves bigger, they'll contract their shoulders and hands are going to be in fists. People say, oh, is it like anger? Well, similar, but I think actually when I experienced fight, it's more primal, it's more primitive, seems to be a little deeper, like I'm gonna freaking kill you. It's like the honeymooners, why I oughta, yeah. It's one step closer and I'm gonna punch you. It's that. And if you think about it, we fight to protect what we believe to be ours. And we're willing to die for it, basically, whether it be our person, our loved ones, our children. Think about a mama protecting her cubs. It defies logic. It doesn't matter. Mama will always protect her babies. It could also be not only like our property, our things, our boundaries, our status, our point of view, our opinion, we can all protect. And we have every right to. Yeah. All right, so let's go. Let's feel this. Now, when we clear a fight, your hand's going to come into fists close to our head, like you're going to ready to punch something. You're going to make an angry face, like and put your head slightly forward, right? And like I want you to feel threatened, like you are preparing to throw that punch. And I know it's probably not in your nature, but it's within all of us. The urge to fight, kill, attack. Use your breath. One more big fight, and then we'll open up. Head back, shoulders back, chest out. And look inside for that deep inner knowing, that feeling of knowing, which is that intuitive voice, that steady calm, that steady column of knowing that's in there. It's like a column of knowing, a core of knowing. Find it and lean on it. Take refuge in it. Rest in the knowing. Embrace it. Trust it. It's lovely. Mhm. Awesome. So that's fight to knowing. And then the last urge is the urge to faint. It's a little bit different. And it's not that we do like pass out, but if you think about the old time heroines, of the old time movies, the Westerns, something would happen and then just go and then lose consciousness. Well, it's not exactly like that, but we do change our consciousness. So the urge to faint is this. Whatever that is over there, I don't want to deal with it. It's just too much. I don't like it. I don't want to do it. La 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 la. So I'm going to change my consciousness so I don't notice it. La 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 la. And remember, all of these urges are to help us feel better. Because remember, these are the stress responses. Whatever that is, that's stressful. Either I want to run away from it, I want to fight it, I want to hide from it, or I want to ignore it, right? And all of them are designed to help us lower the stress response, reduce the cortisol in our bodies. So if I can't, if I'm not paying attention to that, oh, I feel better. All right. It's a little bit more subtle than the others. It's quite a lot more subtle than the others. But we'll walk you through it, but we're going to pivot to a compassion. Now, with experience, I've learned that the word compassion is probably not useful saying that word, but I'm going to get you to feel compassion without saying that word. People kind of are triggered by the word compassion. So I'll show you. All right, but we'll get there anyway. We don't have to call it anything. All right, so close your eyes and let's pretend that the threat is off to your left. We don't want to deal with that. It's too much, overwhelmed. Turn to the right, turn your face to the right, away from the threat. Put your left hand up to protect your head, or both hands up to protect your head. Ah, that feels better. Oftentimes, I'll just talk, you just keep feeling this. Oftentimes your mind will wander away from the threat. Oh, that feels better. But then bring your attention back to whatever it is. You don't even have to know what it is over there. And then you feel a stress response. You feel like worried. I don't like that. And then your mind will wander away. Ah, that feels better. And then bring your attention back to the threat. And then it'll wander away. Back to the threat. Wander away. Back to the threat. You keep doing that back and wander away until you can bring your attention to whatever that threat is without feeling too much. When you reach that point, lower your hands and I'll say what to do then. All right, sit in a neutral posture and then look in your mind's eye. We're going to merge with that thing over there. Become it, be it, experience it from the inside. Check it out. Walk in its shoes, look out of its eyes. And I'm just going to show you what it does. Keep just feeling it from the inside. Be in the middle of the threat. And then just look for the feeling of compassion. And I'm just would love your experience. Did compassion, what happened when you found compassion? Was it okay? Okay. Jeannie was okay.
Yep.
Cindy was okay. Okay, good, good. I've worked with patients though that have absolutely, but having said that, I know that they were trauma victims and there was no way in hell they were going to have compassion for their attacker.
Yeah.
So just be cautious, okay? You can use other words. Compassion might not be appropriate. That's all I'm saying here. Cool? So
Well, so give an example then, if you're working with somebody
yeah,
and, I mean, you don't know if they have had a trauma event or not, so, I mean, because that's not really what we're trying to do, we're just working with the emotion. So
yeah.
then, do you base it because off of what they're saying, or just that, or do
I
you?
often will do just what I did with you and just before I wouldn't say find compassion.
Okay,
Just say, become it, be it, experience it from the inside, walk in its shoes, look out of its eyes,
okay.
that kind of thing. And that in itself, you're actually experiencing compassion without knowing it, without using that word. All I say is be cautious here, and you're right. I would say about 50% of the time, half the time, someone will tell you they'll have had a trauma or
Mhm.
an abuse situation of some kind, but that's certainly not enough that you can't be sure. And sometimes they're not even sure. So err on the side of caution. Cool.
Yep,
All right, so let's go through the last three feelings and then we'll take a bigger break. Sound good? Yeah. All right, so the next category are resistances here. Resistances, so I was working with the emotions and then I added the stress responses, the urges, and I felt that I actually want to go back and talk a little bit about this urges. Um, let's take the feeling of flee. Close your eyes and look for the flee feeling. I gotta go, I want to go, I want to go, I want to get out of here, I want to get out of here. When you're feeling flee, are there any emotions that you feel in the mix? Obviously, fear. Any other feelings that come up? Any other emotions that come up? Fear, anger, sadness, disgust, shame.
Shame.
Shame you could sense a shame in there, possibly, yeah.
or just protection.
Yeah,
Me.
protection. Yep, yep. But I'm looking for the actual emotions that we talked about: fear, anger, sadness, disgust, shame. What about freeze? Look for a freeze, like hide, 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 hide. Look for that. Any emotions in the mix that you notice?
I fear.
Fear.
Fear, shame, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Good. Let's go on to the resistances now. The resistances, to me, when they were first emerging, when I first were noticing them, they felt like a tug, like a balk, that kind of like friction. And I realized that, and at the same time, I was working in Oxford and I met the guy who wrote the book on pleasure and pain. And I realized that up until uh, now, these are all about pain avoidance. And these too are all about pain avoidance. And so let's start with pull. The feeling of pull, by the way, resistances all feel like a no. No, 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 no. A pull is a holding on and a drawing in and a contraction. It's the stubbornness in you. It's the digging in your heels. No, 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 I don't want to. No. It's resisting change, resisting letting go, not wanting to let go. And we're going to pivot to a sense of freedom. So I'll guide you through this now. So to clear a pull, I want you to hold on with your hands or your arms or both. Come contract forward, dig in your heels, hold on tight, look for the no. Look for no, 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 no. Feel the no within. And you don't even have to know what you're holding on to or why you're holding on. Look for the no. Sometimes there's like a wave of no's. It'll come and then it seems to ease off, but then it comes back. You keep looking for the no, feeling the no. And then when the no softens, sit up with your eyes closed. And open your hands, open your arms, head back, shoulders back, and whatever it was you were holding on to, let go. And not only let it go, feel it melt from every cell of your body, from every corner of your mind. And then look for the sense, once it's gone, look for a sense of freedom. Freedom is that feeling like you could fly, free as a bird. Enjoy freedom for a moment before opening your eyes. Freedom, of all the feelings that I work with, freedom is my favorite one. I've I've discovered I love freedom more than anything else. So beautiful. I have a lot of favorites, but freedom is my absolute favorite. Okay, so that's pull into freedom. The other resistance is called push. So if pull is no, 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 push is no, no, no. Push is about being assertive, defending your boundaries, getting people out of your face, out of your space. Getting it. Push is about not having enough space. All right. Push is a no, back off, stay away, out. So we have our physical bodies. We know where that begins and ends. We also have an energetic body, which is roughly this length of your arm around us. So it depends on your culture and where you live in the world. But usually it's around the length of your arm, and that's called an energetic body or an aura. And that is you as well. So, and then beyond that aura, beyond that energetic body, that is non-self. So I'm going to ask you, let's feel the difference between self and non-self. So close your eyes and feel your physical body. Literally put your hands on your body. You can feel where your physical body begins or ends. Yeah? Now, I want you to mentally feel out from your physical body, just bit by bit, until you just stop and like, is that self? Yep, that's self. And a little bit more self, a little bit more self, until you can feel it becoming less than self. And then at some point it will become, nope, that's not self. And get an idea about, I'm talking about in front of you, directly in front of you. It could be different from side to side and back to front, but and up and down, but we'll just do that one direction. And did you get an idea about where that self becomes non-self? Yeah, okay, good. So that's you too. So I'm going to ask you to, when we do this clearing, push is the only one we do in level 1 where we're actually moving. I'm going to actually ask you to use your hands. And push looks something like this. I'm not going to talk during the clearing, but I'll talk now as if this is what I'm feeling. It feels like no, 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 no. And you keep uh, feeling no until your space is your own again. Okay. All right. So let's try that. So close your eyes. Put up your hands. And just go ahead and start feeling push. Feel the no. Back off. Get away. And this is your chance to be assertive. And when you feel like your space is your own, when you've cleared your space, when there's nothing more to push, sit up with your eyes closed. And then fill that space with ease. We're going to pivot to a sense of ease. Fill your space with ease. Fill it up so you're sitting in ease. So that's your space is brimming full of ease. Enjoy ease for a moment before opening your eyes. How was that? It's nice, right? Yeah, good. All right, and the last category is pleasure. It's also a feeling on its own. To me, the feeling of pleasure is this. Oh, that feels good. Oh, that feels really good. But there's also an element of wanting more of it. Like, oh, that feels good. Oh, just a bit more. Oh, just a bit more. Oh, yeah, just a bit more. So there's going to be an element of craving, like you can't get enough of it. And I think that this is where the pleasure stemmed from, is that yes, while pain, all these things, all these feelings here so far have been pain avoidance tactics, we do things because it feels good. Think of it though as a craving, like you can't get enough of it. And you'll know you'll know you're done clearing the pleasure. It's almost like you want to give yourself permission to experience this pleasure for once, with no holding back. You can have as much as you want. There's no time. There's no amount limit. There's no have to share it. It's all for you. Basically, I'll guide you through it, but we're going to indulge ourselves. And then every now and again, I'm going to ask you to imagine if someone were to take that away from you. But if there's any, wait, a bit more, you know you're not done. Okay? That's how you know you're done, is when if someone were to take away, you're like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm full of it. All right? All right. So a pleasure. So come forward in a ball. Close your eyes. And in your mind's eye, dive into a beautiful pool of pleasure. You dive right in, immerse yourself completely, indulge yourself. Dive right in. have all you want. Look for that yummy, delicious feeling you could lose yourself in. Lose yourself now. So good. Test to see if you've had enough. If someone were to take that away, you want more, if there's more craving, longing, desire, you stick with it. Yeah, and then when you're ready, head back, shoulders back, chest out, arms open, hands open, and then let's choose that pleasure. Let's make it a choice from the inside, an intrinsic pleasure. Choose. It's there for the choosing. It's just a feeling. All right.
Would this be useful, like, because I'm just wondering when you would come to this one, like obviously with muscle testing, but also like would it be
Yeah.
addiction kind of related stuff perhaps? That feeling of
Yes.
not to get
Yeah.
enough?
Yeah, I try to just let the muscle testing decide, but yes, people that have a tendency to be ad- addictive or compulsives, yes. Y- y- and also who have been denied pleasure. Like for instance, it came up a lot when I taught in Dubai, and do when I teach in Dubai, it always comes up, and it's always a room full of women, and I would say more than half would be Muslim in their Habibs and things, and um, they struggle with this. They struggle with this. Comes up an awful lot. I think they just don't. They're not allowed to experience it. So yeah, you'd be surprised. Yeah. All right. So what we'll do now is we'll take a break. Is 20 minutes okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll like 10 to the hour, and then I'll tidy up uh what more we have to learn to do the process, to the whole process, a few different things like postures and yeah, postures and anyway, and then we'll do a play shop. I'll get you to do it on each other, and then we'll call it a night, and then tomorrow we'll do the applications.
Do you have a tentative like end time for us? What time are you thinking that
Yeah, 8 p.m.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So in about an hour and a half from now. But we'll spend the next 20 minutes on break. We need a break. And then we'll come back, do the tidy up, do the play shop, and then see how we go. Does that sound good? All right, I'll pull. All right, so look for the open posture again. Look for love in that open posture. Head back, shoulders back, chest out. Love. And now stay in this open posture. And then look for fear. And then come into a ball, tight ball, and then look for love in this protective posture. Look for love down here. And when you are ready, tell me what you noticed.
I could feel them both in both postures, but it was easier to feel fear in the closed posture and love in the open posture.
Yeah, that's what most people say as well. So I have always looked for ways to feel things deeper, be more efficient in my clearings, and posture is one way to definitely evoke a feeling. Get your physiology in mind. I've got the sun coming in. Let's see if I could. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, so get your physiology involved. In level 1, I'm going to teach these 3 basic postures. In level 2, we get to experiment a little bit more, but I'm not saying you can't experiment with postures, but try these on it first. So I'm going to, it's hard to do. So we have the protective posture. We have the protective posture, which is basically in a ball, contracting forward, like in a contracture crunch down. And then the attack posture is basically up, almost even leaning forward, like ready to go. All right. So that we have those protective and attack for clearing. I'm going to stop sharing that one and then go back to, it's not here. Let's see that one. Yeah, go back to this one. So this isn't rocket science, and it's very intuitive. And remember, if you remember that the posture is just to help you feel the feeling, you're not going to get this wrong. And if you can't remember the posture, just take the protective posture. In fact, I have people that I work with that just always come into a ball. They don't take the other posture, and that's how they feel most comfortable, and that's fine too. All right, so fear, which posture do you think we're going to take? Attack or protective? What do you think?
Protective.
Protective, yeah. Anger?
Attack.
Attack.
Attack. You're going to come in, attack. Angry face, ready to attack. Sad, protective or attack?
Protective.
Protective. We're going to add it on the charts. You'll see it's called a modified protective, or a P with a little M. Modified protective means we're just going to cover our eyes. And we do that because that is what people do when they cry. Well, actually, just what kids do when they cry. And a little kid, that's their feeling mind as a little kid. So this is what they'll do. They'll cover their eyes. So we're going to take that modified protective. Exactly. Disgust. Now, disgust is all about yuck, yuck, yuck. The nth degree of disgust is actually being sick. In my 20 odd years of doing this work, I've only had one person ever vomit. I've had many people dry reach and feel like they're going to be sick, but only one person ever vomit. So it's going to be a protective, but a modified protective. So your hand is going to be like you're going to be sick, like that. And feel free to make noises when you feel disgust. All right. Shame. Remember I told you the posture for shame is one hand on your face, the other hand underneath your elbow, and you're going to have your shoulders up to your ears. So it's actually a modified protective posture. That's a modified protective. Other, if it comes up other, we're just going to come into a protective posture. I don't really cover other in this course, only because it doesn't really come up. And if it comes up, you just wing it and see what happens. So, but I do leave an out. I do leave open space on the chart. All right, fight, protective or attack?
Attack.
Attack. Yeah. So it's fight, getting ready. I'm going to punch you. Flee. When a rabbit is about ready to flee, they're small, so it's gonna be a protective posture. It's in the scared family. So protective. Freeze. Remember when I had you do freeze? I asked you to come make yourself small, come into a ball. It's a protective, but modify it so that you're contracting your muscles and really small, really hunched over. And faint is sort of, is this one. So I'm calling that a modified attack. Not that you're really attacking, but we're sort of, not wanting to deal with it. So it's just that. Cool.
Okay.
Pull is holding on, drawing in, and coming forward. So that's a modified protective. No, 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 no. I don't want to let go. On the other hand, push is an attack. No. Back off. Back off. No. Okay. And with pleasure, I'm just going to send you off into protective posture, only because you're allowing yourself to indulge. So we'll call that protective. Awesome. Questions on postures, super important. Now, if I teach and people will come, like heart speakers will come and retake the course, the postures are the one thing that they forget about. They seem to forget about. But I'm going to ask you to try and get your physiology involved when you do your clearings. Like sometimes when people clear a flea, their feet will be going, and that's fine. And yeah, and sometimes with fight or anger, people will, and that's fine too. Okay, so get your physiology involved is what I'm saying. There we go. All right, and then I'm going to go with the pivoting. There it is, pivoting posture. And it's basic, most of the other postures were contracting. With pivoting, we want to open up the front of our bodies. Basically, that line in the front of our bodies, we want to expand the line. Arch your back, shoulders back, head back slightly. Your palms are open and just resting. It's basically you want to receive the pivot posture. I think it's easier to feel these lovely feelings when you're open. Awesome. All right, the next thing to tidy up is the rating scale, where right at the top, I ask you to rate the intensity of the pain or the discomfort or the whatever. And just like we rate pain level 0 to 10, we're going to rate the symptom that we're starting with from 0 to 10. And why do we do this, by the way? It is because it gives patients, it lets them feel that, oh yeah, it actually is feel different. Wow, sometimes incredibly different. So it's so important. And what's really interesting too is this is, by the way, this is called a subjective units of distress scale. SUDS, S-U-D-S, subjective units of distress. We always anchor it. 0 means no pain, no upset, no stress, whatever you're working with. 10 is the most ever. Most of the time I'll work with a 0 to 10, and then people will say whatever they're going to say. And, you will get people to say, oh my God, it's an 88 out of 10. Yeah, 88. Okay, feel the 88. Oh, there is stress, and away you go. All right, so whatever they bring to the table, whether it's a 7.5, a not quite a 1, whatever it is, whatever it is they say is where you start. But sometimes I mix it up. Sometimes I'll go from a 0 to 20. if I think that 0 to 10 isn't really working for them, sometimes if it's a big issue, I'll go from 0 to 100. If I know there's a lot to it. Actually, in kids, I will go 0 to 5. Kids under 10 have a hard time rating 0 to 10, but they seem to have a easier time with 0 to 5. So that's okay too. All right. There's another way we rate the issue is we use the bucket, the stress bucket, the whatever bucket. We'll say someone is having a lot of problems in a lot of different areas of the life. I will, say, wow, there seems to be a lot going on at the moment. Let's put all this stress in a bucket. Imagine this big bucket in front of you, just pour it in there. All the stress out of you into the bucket, having to do with your mother, having to do with your boyfriend, having to do with this and that and work, everything into the bucket. Fill up that bucket as much as you can. And then tell them what the 0 means. 0 means the bucket's empty. 10 means the bucket's full. 11 means it's overflowing. And many times it will be either 10 or 11. It is what it is. Fill up that bucket. You're gonna reach in. Then we're gonna start the process. I wish I had my chart. I don't. All right. I'll show you. We'll definitely do an example. So a lot of times it will go down. The first pass, it will maybe be a 9 or 9 full bucket, but then after that, it'll go down to a 6 and then maybe down to a 1.5, 1 or 2. That's very typical. And we keep going, keep doing clearing after clearing until either the bucket's empty or they say it's a 0 or the muscle test says no more stress. Let's move on. Okay, here, this is what I want to get to. All right. So let's do a clearing together, taking it slowly. We're going to start off with a physical symptom. And it could be, today we're going to just do physical symptoms. I think we have, yeah, perfect. A physical symptom. It could be anything. It could be a pain. It could be indigestion. It could be heartburn. It could be a migraine. It could be pressure behind the eyes or in the sinuses. It could be period pain. It could be tension in the neck. Anything. So I'm going to ask you, we're all going to pick a symptom, a physical symptom. And the intention I always have when I'm doing a group clearing is whatever feeling comes out will be best for everyone, will help the most people. So you're going to rate the intensity of your symptom. And I don't underestimate 1s and 2s. 1s and 2s can be really important to get rid of. But they're the type of symptom that we can ignore, the 1s, 2s, and 3s. It's harder to ignore 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, and impossible to ignore 8s, 9s, and 10s. But regardless of their intensity, even choose one that's low, just it has some information in it. Because I think the body is giving you signals to, hey, there's something wrong here, fix it. Let's fix it. All right. So decide on your symptom, rate the intensity as you're sitting right here and now. 0 to 10. 0 means none at all. 10 is the most ever, most intense ever. So what are your numbers, just to start with?
I've only got a 2. I'm pretty comfortable in my body right now.
Yeah, no, that's okay. 2 is fine. Don't underestimate. That's fine. And what about you, Jeannie?
I'd say 8.
An 8. Okay.
Right below
great.
my rib.
Oh yeah, good. That's fine. And I don't give any other meaning to that. It is an 8. It's representative of a feeling. We're going to go clear it. So so that's step 1 there is decide what you want to check and then rate the intensity. So bring your symptom to mind And the yellow means we're going to muscle test. And there's a weakness. The weakness means stress is present. If stress is present, we can carry on. If you come to this point and it's a strong test, that means there's no stress, so you have to choose something else. All right, so we had a weakness. So then we're going to do up to 1, 2, 3, 4 muscle tests. We're going to stop at the first weakness. Now we're going to follow the stress. The weakness means that's where the stress is related to. So we're going to see emotion. Emotion is strong, so we move on to urge. Urge is strong, so let's move on. Resistance is weak, so that's where we're going to go. That's where the stress is. So then we're going to say push is weak, so that's where we're going to stop. So we're going to clear a push. For today, we're going to skip the point information. We're going to cover that first thing in the morning. Well, then first thing tomorrow, not in the morning. First thing tomorrow. I'm going to guide you through clearing and pivoting a push. Now, if you had your charts, you will know that a push is attack posture, a modified attack. We're going to clear it like this, eyes closed, and we're going to pivot to ease, just as a reminder. All right. All right. So close your eyes, hands up, and feel for the no, the push, the no, back off. No, no. You keep clearing that until your space is your own again. Keep pushing if you need to push. If you're ready to pivot, pivot is ease. Yeah, head back, shoulders back, chest out. Invite a sense of ease in. And fill your whole self with ease. Fill your whole space so it's brimming full of ease. Feel that ease soak into every cell of your body. And then bring your attention back to the symptom you started with. Really check it out a bit. And rate it again from 0 to 10. 0 is none at all, 10 is the most ever. Where are you now, you both?
I'm at a 0.
Sandeep said 0. And Jeannie?
I'm at a 2. If maybe
Wow,
not
that's
even 2, but yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Good job. Now, the last step is to either repeat, or if it's a 0, you're done. If the patient says, okay, it's a 0, 0, and that's it. If they're 0, they're 0. And Jeannie, you said it's a 2. Now, knowing me, Jeannie, would you be happy with that too?
Well, probably not, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in a session,
In a
I
session, we
would
just keep
bring
going.
the 2 to mind.
Now, what about if,
Yeah,
like,
so I would,
she had the
just
0?
one sec.
Oh,
One sec. So you said a 2,
mhm,
right?
yes.
So I ask you to bring that to mind again, and
Mhm.
I test for stress, and now it's strong, which means we're good. We're gonna stop there,
Okay.
okay?
And so what about just the opposite?
And
What
if someone says, oh, now it's a 0,
Mhm. And then you test it and you
if
see.
someone says it's a 0, and I stop.
Okay, but what if you, so you
Yeah, I
don't
don't
muscle
test it.
test anymore after that? if they said it was 0?
No. If they
Okay.
say it's a 0, I honor that and we move on to the next
Okay.
thing. There is a chance that it could increase in intensity. It doesn't happen that often, but sometimes it's like taking your finger out of the dike. Oh, now it's, instead of being a 4, it's a 6. Don't let that throw you. It's just the 6 means it's in their face more. So they're aware of it more. It has to do with more of awareness rather than you did anything wrong. Okay, bring the 6 to mind.
You're breaking up. I can't understand you.
I can't either. And now you're quiet.
Nice to meet you, Jeannie.
I know, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
It's Sandeep, but I like to go by Deep. So
Deep.
Deep.
Deep. Okay, that's what, DEEP? P, okay, deep.
Like the
And,
sea. Like the
and what
sea, but
kind,
with a soft D.
okay, soft D, okay.
Soft.
And where country are you from?
My ancestry is from India. I was born in Africa, actually, but
Oh,
it
cool.
means light, actually. The name means light.
I just love that when there's such intention in the name. It carries you through.
I always joked my full name is Sandeep, which means everlasting light. And I was like, the divine gave me that name because it was like I was being reminded of my name.
Yeah. Yeah, carry it forward
That's
always.
right. That's
But
right.
are you in Australia or?
No, I'm actually in Toronto, Canada.
Oh, Toronto. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Yeah.
Where are you?
Washington State.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
And
we're having we've had one of the best summers ever. Everyone else is very, very hot and it's been really nice.
I got kicked out.
we were just chatting as we
Yeah,
waited.
we're meeting each other.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. Okay, so the next, what I was talking about, it going down. So, so the next thing we're gonna do, is do the play shop. So during this play shop,
Actually,
yep.
I kind of know the answer to this, but I just want your thoughts on it because I use muscle testing a lot and have for 16 years. And like I know kind of my muscle testing, and I always go for a yes is strong and a no is weak. And I understand that for the stress response, it makes sense that you're looking for a weak because the stress is weakening the muscle. But is it okay if I just stick with what I know instead of
Yes.
okay.
Yes, there is whatever, as long as you can follow the chart, follow your way through. Yeah, go for that. Jeannie, don't listen.
I know, really. It's like I've got some real
Don't think
powerhouses
about
here.
it. Don't think about it. It's not helpful. All right, exactly. All right, so what I'm going to ask you to do for this play shop is to choose a physical symptom and maybe a different one than we just did. And then, or Jeannie, if it's still a 2, you can go with the same one. Or if you have really nothing, but you have something that comes and goes, but isn't present, you can use a memory of the symptom. Now, a memory of the symptom would be in your memory, how big does it feel? 0 to 10. 10 is the biggest ever, most intense. 0 doesn't bother me at all. Okay. So we've got, I'm gonna suggest that we do 15 minutes each. So that will give us a half hour, 10 to 8 before we finish. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn my camera off so you guys can be by yourselves and I be more comfortable. But I'll be within earshot, and then I'll come back at the 15-minute mark and say, okay, that's halfway. Make sure you swap, but please work. So you choose who's patient, who's practitioner, and you stick with that for the 15 minutes. You keep clearing symptoms. Whether if that symptom is a 0, you can go to a different symptom or memory of a symptom, but use something physical, a physical symptom.
How
We're gonna
about
get
a
in.
reaction to a physical thing? Can you use
Sorry?
that? Emotional
Yes.
reaction
Yeah,
to a
yeah, that's
physical
fine.
issue?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna get into more emotions and other things, but today is physical. That's because it's the easiest to work with initially anyway. All right, so I'm gonna pause the recording so we don't start again. All right. And the play shop went okay?
Oh, it went great.
Yeah, it went great.
Yeah, good. Excellent. Let me just check, see what else. Yeah, no, that about covers it. See if there's anything else I really want to talk about. Yes, I know what it is now. Right, I don't have a slide for it, but I will one day have a slide for it. So I want to explain for the last few minutes is how HeartSpeak works so that you know, so that you have an idea of why we're doing. It's not just sort of out of my figment, out of my thin air. It's not out of my, it's not, I didn't channel it. All right, so this is how it works. So it has to do with how memory and learning and memory works. So when, and this could be all non-conscious. We don't even know we're remembering and we remember. So if an event in our lives isn't important enough, it goes from working memory and gets stored into long-term memory. And then we go about our day and our lives and everything. And then, oh, that memory is triggered again by something, a sight, a sound, you recall it somehow. So it goes from long-term memory, gets put back into working memory. Oh, I remember that. That's what happened here. And that, okay, we used it. And then we're done with that memory. So it goes from working memory, gets put back into long-term memory. That's called memory reconsolidation. And when during memory reconsolidation, there is a window of opportunity where the memory becomes flexible, where we can change it slightly. And so on the way back in, we do change it slightly. The slight little changes will happen to that memory and store it again. So we just go about our lives, and then that memory is triggered again. It goes from long-term memory, gets put back into working memory. But what we put into working memory is not the original memory, that's gone. It's the one we stored the last time. So then we use it and everything. And then when we're done with it, we reconsolidate it again. There's that flexibility. We change it slightly. And then it's in long-term memory again. And this can go on and on, recall storage, and change it ever so slightly. It's like playing Chinese whispers or telephone as a kid. The story the last kid hears could be completely different than the first kid, what the first kid hears. And there is this whole new theory. Neuroscientists have an idea that mental health needs to focus on reconsolidation. Most of the time when people talk about it, they're talking about it in terms of drugs, but HeartSpeak is actually a reconsolidation-based therapy, and this is why. So what happens is we have all these memories anyway. Oh, wait, I didn't tell you one part, which is really important. There's two kinds of long-term memory. There's explicit memory and implicit memory. Explicit memory are the facts about the situation. I remember I was 7, I fell off my bicycle, broke my arm, had to go to hospital. Facts. Explicit memory is mediated by a part of the brain called the hippocampus, and hippocampus is fully formed around the age of 3. Therefore, it's hard to remember facts much before the age of 3. Explicit memory also deteriorates with time and with stress. If we're stressed, it's hard to remember facts. And you know that if you've ever crammed for a test. When you're stressed, you can't remember a thing. So that's explicit memory, hippocampus, amygdala, age 3. Facts. Implicit memory, on the other hand, are the feelings. Well, actually, there's 2 types of implicit memory: procedural implicit memory and feeling implicit memories. Procedural ones are I drove to work and I don't remember anything. We do things, athletes use it. They don't think, they get in the zone and they just do it. That's procedural. When you think too much, that's when that memory goes off. I'm talking about the feeling part of the implicit memory, which are vague, sort of wishy-washy memories, impressions. If an event is important enough, it has both facts and feelings associated with it. And there's a theory that says you only remember the facts because of the feelings. I'm not so sure about that, because I can remember facts without feelings now. But anyway, implicit memory is mediated by the amygdala, which is a feeling, an emotional center of the brain, one of the emotional centers. And it is, there's amygdaloid cells that will become our amygdala from day 1 in the womb. So you know when we are conceived, well, 2 cells become 1, and then 1 become 2, and then 4, and then 8 and 16. And by the end of 24 hours, there's, I don't know how many, tens of thousands maybe. There are cells in that bundle of cells that will become our amygdala. They're called amygdaloid cells. Therefore, we can be making implicit memories from day 1 in the womb. Feeling memories, impressions. I have had some patients that say they remember things more than that as well, but okay. So implicit memory with time, it often becomes more intense. We know this if you've ever seen anyone with PTSD. People that have had PTSD, have had trauma, it doesn't get better with time. It often escalates and gets worse, more intense. It also gets worse with stress. When people are stressed, implicit memory gets worse. So with people's stress levels are increased, their tendency to be more reactive is increased. So we know from memory research that memories are not accurate. The facts can be distorted. The feelings can be distorted too, don't get me wrong, but we know the facts are distorted. The explicit memories are distorted. We don't quite remember things the same way. And you know this when you've ever get together with your siblings or your cousins and you recall something that happened when you were a child, and then your cousin says, I don't remember like this. This is how I remember it. Could be completely wrong. Different, not wrong, different. Regardless, because the facts are distorted, or the facts could be inaccurate, we don't worry about what the facts are. We don't worry about the details of the memory, so we put the explicit memory aside. We ask people to remember an implicit memory. Feel sad, feel the sadness. Doesn't matter what the sadness is about, just feel sad. Feel sad, make it more intense, make it physical, get your physiology involved, make it real. And then it seems to have run its course. So before we store it again in long-term memory, we pivot, we change it. Instead of sadness, we put peace in that memory slot. It's like taking a bad memory chip out of the computer and putting a preferred memory chip in. So the next time that sadness might be triggered, that sadness memory could be triggered, we're less likely to be sad and more likely to feel at peace. So, and it's just one implicit memory at a time. We just kind of soften, soften, soften. Oh, now that feels better. The next time that's triggered, it's like not a big deal and I can cope. That is basically how HeartSpeak works. That's called a reconsolidation-based therapy. And that is why it's effective. Questions about that? There's a quiz tomorrow about that. No, I'm kidding. It's not.
Well,
But it is really
very well described and explained. So thank you for that. And beautiful. It's a beautiful process.
Yeah. So tomorrow, you might want to jot some things down that you might want to change. It could be a feeling symptom, a painful memory. It could be an emotional trigger that you know you have, or a person that's really gets you, you know, like, oh, that guy at work, I don't really like him, or whatever. It could be a place where you feel stuck in your life, a behavioral symptom, like, oh, you know, I do all these things, but I can't actually accomplish these goals. It could be, so basically a feeling symptom, it could be a physical symptom, a behavioral symptom, it could be a craving, a compulsion, an addiction, pretty much anything in your life that you want to feel differently about. You want to be different. Doors are no holds barred this time. Doors are wide open.
Is it gonna be longer than 4 hours?
No,
Or just kidding?
we're just going to be doing, well, I'm going to present some stuff and then you're going to play shop it, and then we're going to present some more, and then you're going to play shop it.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like, to have that many choices.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no. By the way, this never ends.
Oh, okay.
I've been clearing stuff literally for 20 odd years, and there's always more to clear. And I make it a habit. I usually clear at least something every day, if not more than something. And it never ends. And I have a theory that is, when we're doing pretty good in our lives, like, things are going pretty well, there's still more to clear, because I think we have a collective memory. I think our memory as a species is collective. And I also think our memories are held in our DNA. So we can actually clear ancestral memories as well. So there's never an end. And I know that's hard because I resisted that. Come on, when am I going to be finished? Never. I am never done. Yeah.
Could you take some time tomorrow if we have it? I had gotten the bracelets, the HeartSpeak bracelets.
Yeah.
I don't know how to use them, so I've just
Oh,
kept them
yeah,
all those years. So if you could,
yeah. You have to be just careful with them. I can talk to you about them now.
okay.
So
You want me to grab them?
yeah, no, yeah, grab them. Yeah, if you can. These are cool, Jeannie.
Yeah, I don't know about that, so that's great. A new tool.
Yeah. They're actually therapeutic beads, and they've come in the five primary five emotions that we use.
Still unopened in the box as I got them, because I didn't know what to
great.
do with them.
Okay, cool. So each one of those, are they labeled different, the different feelings?
No, there's just colors.
Okay, I will get the colors. I would have to I'll remind myself about the colors.
Okay.
But I don't recall them offhand.
Yeah, and there wasn't any instructions or anything. There was just a little, so I wasn't sure what to do.
Okay, so I know that blue is fear, and I know that red is anger.
Okay.
The others I'll have to get back to you about. And so if you're having a session that's that there's been a lot of anger with, for example, you will take that bead and just wear that bead or keep it in your pocket for the next hour or two, but not too long. We found that we call them therapeutic beads because they really shift the energy. And it's not that it's an anger bead, it shifts the energy from anger to joy.
Beautiful.
It's a it makes the transition easier. Yeah. And we
Are,
found
are
that
they
were
like
really,
harmonizing beads?
yes, exactly. Exactly.
Sorry.
In fact, the lady that created them, she's harmonized spaces, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Harmonized. Yeah, yeah. She's all about harmonizing things. And we were talking one day, I was visiting her and she's in the UK and we're talking and then I went to sleep and she stayed up and created these beads. But then we worked with them. We were like, whoa, these are you can't wear them all like as a necklace. It's just too much. The energy is just too much. So you then wear them for an hour or two and then you just you let them go. So that's how I use them if, also, if I've used them in this way too, if something has pissed me off and, things piss you off think in life. I'm not, the other day, someone said to me, with all the work you do in emotions, you shouldn't get pissed off. I'm thinking, well, sometimes you do have a right to be pissed off. It's anyway.
It's human.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't hold on to these things. So if I have trouble and I'm holding on to something, I will wear whatever, the sadness bead or the anger bead for, a few hours. And that seems to just smooth things over. Or if someone's having a lot of one emotion, if the same emotion keeps coming up, or if there's anger, fight, anger, fight, anger, I just put the anger bead in their pocket for, for the rest of the session. And that seems to like let them all let it pass.
Now, could you put that bead on the picture of the person?
I reckon you could. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because a lot
Yeah.
of energy work, or prayer work or whatever, you just can put it
Yeah.
on with that intention.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have my pendant today, but we have a transition pendant that after the beads we found them to be too intense. We Rosemary developed a transition where it just eases transitions.
Mm.
I mean, that's where we struggle in life, is when there's change. So it just makes change easier. I don't have it on at the moment. I must have left it.
What did you find? Like when you say it's so intense, like it brings you too much joy or like what?
It's exhausting, to be honest. It's exhausting. I think, for example, the anger would attract anger. So and which isn't a bad thing. I'm not against anger, but it really is exhausting. Yeah, and you just need a break.
Yeah, I can feel it just from having the box open. I can actually feel the
Wow.
Yeah, and they will bring up whatever feelings need to come up. I find too that just by literally exactly what you said, having the box there or having all my beads there, things will, and I'll bring my attention to them. And I think you can have them there and not bring your attention to them, but as long as you're bringing your attention to them, some things will come up, whether it's be sadness, disgust, whatever. And then I would muscle test and let's see which ones hold, which one I need to hold for a while.
Oh, okay.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, sure. All right. I will see you all at the same time tomorrow. So do think about your the things you want to work on. Have a little list together so that I want to work on this during the play shop. So I'll always give you ideas, but there might be things I really want to work on that. All right, I will stop the recording for
Thank you very much.
Okay, part 2 of HeartSpeak level 1. All right, let's pick it up here. I'm just going to go over a little bit about where some of the theories came from with HeartSpeak. Some are theories and some are actual facts. Like, for example, we know how learning and memory work, so that's not a theory. that's what I went over yesterday. That's how HeartSpeak works, is through the process of a long-term memory. But there are some contributors to HeartSpeak that I want to share with you, some of the more important people. Let's start with, my pointer, there it is. Let's start with Dan Goleman, because I already spoke about him. He wrote the book Emotional Intelligence. He wasn't the guy that coined the term emotional intelligence, but he fairly made it popular. It's it could be considered a household phrase now. And he wrote that book in the mid 1990s, so it's been around a while, and he's been around a while. So he gave us the difference between the feeling mind and the thinking mind. It really tweezed it apart. And also, we're not going to use the thinking mind much in HeartSpeak. We're going to engage everything that HeartSpeak is about is trying to engage the feeling mind. So, and it's colorful, it's uses pictures. Anytime you can talk to the feeling mind, use word pictures and not descriptions, but more like paint a picture for patients, clients. So that's Dan Goleman. And then Candace Pert, she wrote the book, The Molecules of Emotion. And well, she was actually famous for, one of the things she did is for her PhD research, she studied the opiate receptor on cell membranes. For many years, we knew that the body made endogenous opioids, but no one could isolate the receptor on the cell membranes. And of course, she did that for her PhD research. And then a couple years after that, her supervisor won the biochemical equivalent of the Nobel Prize for her discovery, and did not mention her contributions as he probably should have. And so she spent a lot of years being bitter about that. And as a result of that, trying to get a hold of her emotions about this, she studied what emotions were, and she and a whole bunch of other cell biologists discovered that there were 26 molecules of emotions, meaning they were peptides, amino acid dipeptides, that were just floating around in between our cells. And they were the same chemicals as some neurotransmitters, some hormones, some neurotransmitters between neurons, but also in the gut. So, they identified 26. And so there's the 26 molecules of emotion, and therefore there's going to be 26 receptors on cell membranes. And these receptors, I just, so you know how receptors work, you probably do, but there's a cell, and then there's thousands of receptors that look like antennas that are coming off the cell. They're proteins. And when a molecule connects with the receptor, it makes a change within the cell. So whether to make more of some protein or less of some protein, or divide, or whatever the receptor was for, it's a gate. It turns things on and off. So the receptors are pretty much where it's at. The molecules could be anywhere, but the cells with the receptors are the important part. And they found that these receptors can be found anywhere in the body, and the heart is the only place in the body that has all 26 receptors. So the cells of the heart has receptors for all 26 molecules of emotion, and it's the only type of cells in the body that do. That's why this is the heart is the center of emotions. This is why I say to people, to clients, look for that in your heart space first. Look for sadness in there first, because you'll be able to feel it in there first. And then once you feel it, you can make it go and grow in other places. So that is her contribution. So that's why we say, look for it in your heart space. Who else do we have? We have Paul Ekman here. He's a really interesting fella. He is the human lie detector. He is also well known for his research on the facial expressions of emotions. Early in his career, he went around the world studying facial expressions, and because of his research, he said that there were, I think, 6 primary emotions because anyone in the world could recognize the facial expression of those 6 emotions. And he could go to his organization and learn how to read micro expressions, and he's also studied which facial muscles are connected with which emotions. Which is fascinating. Muscles of the face are fascinating because they are innervated primarily by a cranial nerve, and cranial nerves come out of the brain stem, and they can have non-conscious origins. For example, we'll have the facial expression of fear when we experience fear before we even know we're experiencing fear. So that we can't hide those facial expression. We can't hide them, but we can then mask them. We can have the fear, but then mask it into anger or something. So, and what's really fascinating about his research also is that, first of all, you can't hide the facial expressions. That's one thing. And also, if you take the facial expression of an emotion, you will start to feel that emotion. So we're going to make use of that physiology. And I'm going to ask you to, whatever feeling you're feeling, whether it's anger or flee or something, try to get your face particularly involved. A lot of people find it really difficult to make facial expressions, but it is really, really useful. So let's try some of that first. So, for example, fear, it's primarily wrinkling the forehead. So horizontal lines here, ones we try to get rid of as we get older. So relax your face, feel neutral, and then just raise your eyebrows, like you have a worried eyebrows, worried forehead. And you see how you get a bit of edginess starting to happen? Yeah, and relax your face again. Let's do sadness, and sadness is all about the frown. It's all about the lower lip. Pouty, pout that lip out. And you see all of a sudden I feel a heaviness that sadness is. You feel, yeah. Okay, anger. So fear was these lines on your forehead. Anger is the lines between your eyebrows. So push your eyebrows together and down, and press your lips together, and even clench your fists. And then relax all that and try to find anger again. And then angry face. You see how it just helps evoke the feeling? Yeah. What else? We have disgust. I talked about disgust. It's all in the yuck. And then shame I talked about, and that's about it. Yeah. Okay, cool. And obviously we don't really have a facial expression for flee, but get your face involved in the flee. Get your face involved in the pull. Oh. So that's him. I'm not sure it was him. It might have been him. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was him actually that said, I can always tell when someone's lying, but I don't know why. That's that guy. Who else do we have? We have Robert Zeance. There are some videos in the handout I gave that you can watch them talk. He's the only guy I don't have a video on. Research was a little bit older, but when I read about his research, it blew me completely away. His research was on preference, why we prefer A to B, why, and if you think about preference, it shapes your whole life, your whole personality. It shapes completely who you are, your preferences. And his research showed that preference boiled down to an emotion. When there's no logical explanation between why you prefer A to B, it boils down to an emotion. And there's a lot of interesting research as far as deciding, like making decisions, pros and cons lists and all that. If you had exactly the amount of pros as cons, you have to get your emotions involved to make a decision. In fact, the research shows the best decisions you make are using both logic and emotion. All right, so preference. It dictates where we live, who we hang out with, what we do for work, what we wear, what we eat, everything. And your personality. So, and I do believe in my perfect world anyway, that everyone is good and kind and generous. I do believe that humans are. And if you choose not to be that way, it boils down to an emotion. So I've worked with people that, for example, that call themselves angry people that knew they really weren't angry people. And over the course of 6 months, they became not angry anymore, and people hardly recognized them. So I think if you don't like something about your personality, it can be changed with HeartSpeak. So that's Robert Zayance. And then we have Michael Gazzaniga. Michael Gazzaniga, I'm probably going to be unfair to him because his research, well, he researched a whole lot. He actually was Joe Ledoux's, I think he was his postdoc supervisor, either that or PhD supervisor, postdoc or PhD. Regardless, they work together. And Michael Gazzaniga, in his later research, studied free will. And I'm fascinated by free will because I think that's actually, part of being human is being able to choose what we do, how we behave. Choose, and that's I think that's also why freedom is one of my favorite feelings, is my favorite feeling. And Michael Gazzaniga found that free will is a social construct. If you think you're free, you're free. And he also says, P.S., we're not as free as we think we are, because we have all these inner programs that keep running, that keep us trapped, which also HeartSpeak can help stop those programs. I like to mention him because of free will. And then my friend Joe Ledoux. Joe Ledoux is actually an NYU neuroscientist who is probably the world's most famous, does work on fear conditioning. And he actually has a house about 20 minutes from here, my sister's house. And he wrote the book The Emotional Brain. Now, when I read that book, I was doing my master's thesis, master's research on spider phobias. And I'm reading it and I'm like, oh my God, this is exactly what we're doing. Fear, this is every page. It was like for me, it was a page turner. I know it's probably a bit heavy science for a lot of people, but for me, it was an absolute game changer. So I wrote to Joe and I said, Joe, hey, I'm a student at Oxford. I'm studying phobias. And I'm going to be in New York next month. Can I take you to lunch? So he wrote me back and said, yeah, sure. Come down to my lab. I'll show you around and go to lunch. You can have a chat. So I did. I took the train down to New York City, visited him. We had a chat. I didn't really mention what I actually do. I just talked to him about his work, basically, and questions that I had about his work. And then I went back home and to my sister's and went back to Oxford. And he emailed me a month or so later, said, hey, I'm coming to Oxford. I've been selected as a visiting fellow for All Souls College. All Souls College is an amazing college. We're right in the center of Oxford. And it's one of those colleges that if you look in the gate, you'll all see the grass is all exactly trimmed exact. There's no leaves anywhere. In fact, there's no people ever anywhere. You don't ever see people walking around there. It's the only college at Oxford that doesn't have students, just fellows. So being asked to become a visiting fellow at All Souls is a pretty big deal. They were doing a series of lectures one term on the frontiers of consciousness. And his research, yes, was on emotion, but then there was that dividing line. Are emotions conscious or can they be non-conscious? So got to hear him talk a few times, and every time I heard him talk. There, by the way, there were people in the back, the old fellows in the back were heckling him. And then I learned that if they heckle you, it's actually a good thing because you're saying something important. And I got heckled all the time at Oxford. I usually get to me, but I got over it. And then after the second time I heard him talk, I said, all right, I got to show him what I'm doing, because what he's saying is I'm actually doing with people. I'm making these changes. So I said, Joe, look, I'm doing my work on spider phobia. I think it's something you want to see. He said, okay, find a phobic, bring him to my office and show me. So one of my, I used to row at my college, and one of my people in my boat, she was afraid of water. So I said, hey, it was really painful for everyone because she was so freaked out. And so I said, hey, do you want to see if we can shift that? And didn't really tell her what I'm going to do. I just said, hey, we might be able to help that phobia. She said, yeah, I'm in. So off we went to All Souls College, and we knocked on the gate, and the guy in the bowler hat and the gloves came, may I help you, ma'am? And we're here to see Joe Ledoux. Just one moment. So they called him. He comes down to the gate, takes us up to his office. We sit down, and when I sit down doing a session, I'm knee to knee with someone. So I sat down, showed her what I'm going to do with the muscle testing, and started working on her phobia, how she felt. And it went, the intensity went down and down and down, and she felt better. It took about 20 minutes of work. And then as soon as I started showing her the muscle testing, Joe folded his arms and leaned back. And that's how he stood for the whole 20 minutes, or he sat. So he said, okay, well, you stay here in my office. I'm going to go take her out, and then we can talk. So they were gone for like 20. He was gone for like 20 minutes. Apparently he had grilled her. Was she pushing on your arm differently? Do you really feel different? What's going on here? So I found that out later. He comes back. He goes, you know what? Regardless of what just happened, this isn't going to fly because of the muscle. I said, because of the muscle testing. Yeah. So that and a couple other things, it made me shift gears for my PhD, because I was just finishing my master's and determining what I'm going to do for my PhD. I decided to study muscle testing, the accurate precision. And so here I am now in my PhD, still email Joe back and forth occasionally. And I said, Joe, hey, I'm studying muscle testing here. We got some results. And he emailed me back, hey, okay, well, send me the papers when they're published. Okay. And then, and my supervisors at Oxford said, I did the first big study. I got really great results that muscle testing was accurate. And I sent him the results, and then they made me repeat the whole thing, make sure it wasn't a fluke. And of course, I got similar results. Then I sent those results to Joe. He goes, great, send me the papers when they're published. So that went on for 4 years until I actually had the paper. It took quite a while for me to get that paper published. We wanted to publish in an open access journal, and we published it in BMC journal called Complementary. Sorry, there's noise. It's one of the leading, it's probably the leading complementary and alternative medicine journal, called the BMC journal family, complementary and alternative medicine. And it's open access, and it's therefore anyone can access it. And it was actually quite a big deal to get that published in there. But it took 2 editors, 1 editor quit, and then it took 6 reviewers to usually there's 2 reviewers. So it took about 18 months. Usually it takes about 6 months to get a paper published. This took 18. So anyway, finally, November 2016, I think. I don't know what day, I don't want year, maybe, I don't know what year, but anyway, I got the paper and I said, look, Joe, paper's published. There you go. He goes, great. Because I did my muscle testing research on if we could detect lies with muscle testing, the truth versus lies. And he says, great. You know who you should talk to is Paul Ekman, of course, the human lie detector. Anyway, I didn't pursue that. So long story short, Joe and I have been kind of friends or so, colleagues for all that time. And he has agreed to be the guest speaker at the HeartSpeak's 10th birthday weekend in Quebec, in Montreal, in end of September. So he's going to be speaking at the dinner. And hopefully he's going to be talking about memory reconsolidation-based therapies. That's what we discussed. So that's my story about Joe Ledoux. Anyway, those are the heavy hitters of HeartSpeak, and there's more theories involved, but mainly those are the big ones. Now we're going to talk about point information, what it is. And basically, I'm going to skip all this because it's not really, I don't want you to think we're looking for a memory that happened when you were, a child, because that's not what it is. And many times heart speakers will even skip this step. When I first started teaching HeartSpeak, it was about 9 to 1, where we needed a point of formation. And now it's the opposite. 1 time out of 9, we're going to find a point of formation. So this is why I'm going to not spend too much time on this. I want you to just think of the, let me also get the, want to get the flow chart up again. There we go. Make sure we're on the same page here. Okay, so this is the flow chart, and if you would recall, where we get the category, we get the feeling, and then we check to see if there's a point of formation. So what this whole chart fits into that yellow box. So, and it is a series of muscle tests. And once you get the hang of it, you don't really need this chart. You just know kind of to narrow it down into roughly when. And when we come to the point of formation, when we say point of formation and it goes weak, it could be different, Cindy. It means that we're going to need one. If it stays strong, we're going to pass by it. Most of the time we pass by it. I want you to think of a point of formation as this. Who needs to clear this? Do my adult self in the present moment needs to clear this? Or would my child self be better able to clear this? So if it comes up, clear this as a child, for instance, you're just going to let your child self clear it, clear the sadness, or clear the anger, or clear the push. And it's not that something happened to her back then, she might be better able to clear it than our adult self. We get in our own way sometimes. Let me just show you, and you'll be better able to feel this. All right, so sit up. We're not going to take a posture. I want to show you. Actually, we can. So come forward in a ball and look for fear. as yourself. Look for fear, 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 fear. And then pretend to be a little kid. And then look for fear. You see, many times it steps it up a notch, the fear. Did that happen for you? Yeah. So many times the child is allowed to feel fear more than we allow our adult selves. So I want you to just think of it like that. Who needs to clear this? Who can clear this best? Because I think in the past, early when I was teaching this, they think, okay, well, what happened when I was a child? That's not it at all. Okay, so how to do it? We're going to come in, we have the feeling, we test point of formation. We just say point of formation. Now, in my paradigm, if the weakness means we're going to need one, you can change that, Sandeep. I have no problem with that. And I think the strong means don't waste any more time. Just get on with it. Just clear it. Just don't muck around. Just get on with it. And then we clear and pivot. I'm also happy to say if you want to skip this step, feel free. Sometimes it does sort of, if it takes too long to find the point of formation, it stops the flow of the HeartSpeak session. So I'll leave that up to you, but I'll show you how to do it. So say we need one. We're just going to do a series of muscle tests. And these first 5 is usually where it is. So all you do is say in the womb. If it's strong, you go to the next one. As a baby, strong, you go to the next one. As a child, oh, that's weak. You're going to be a child to clear this sadness. Hands over your eyes, tuck your head, and away you go. Guide them through clearing the sadness. Okay. So now if you test all of these and it's none of those, you might want to test other things like now. For some reason, your mind body might want you to point, it's pointing out that it's right here and now. Somehow it's in the present. If now doesn't test, try this is the way it's always been. Just say that. This is the way it's always been. Oh, it's there. This is really great when it comes up. This means that it's a theme in their lives. And often people will say that, oh, you know what? I'm always fleeing away from things. It's no wonder, okay. So what you get people to do is to check their whole life from the very beginning to the present and then into the future for what say we're clearing a flea. You just keep looking around their time, space, continuum. Keep looking and for that same vibration of flea or whatever it is you're clearing. All right. It is powerful when it happens. Jeannie, you have this a bit. Do you want to speak about this at all?
Yes, I find that this is really effective when you're able to pare it down, to being in the womb or as a child or a teenager and stuff. And then it just seems like it's, like you said, it's more exaggerated. And I don't know, it seems like
What about this is the way it's always been? You've had a few of them.
yeah, I've had a few of those. I probably will still have a few of those too. In fact, as you were asked, to write some things down, and when I saw that, oh crap, I think I didn't say that, but it definitely is there. So
Okay. Yep. So it comes up maybe once a session. If I'm doing an hour session, it might come up for someone once as that. It's good when it comes up. It just means we're going to, yeah. All right. So see if that comes up. And it might take a little bit longer. And I often tell the patient it might take a little bit longer to make sure everywhere, every place in your history, you're going to check for that feeling. All right. And then the last,
Actually,
sorry, say that again.
find we call it energetic origins in some of the work that I do, but as a psychologist, I find it really helps people to also get that sense of like, this is kind of the most the easiest way to get into the feeling. And often in the energy work that I do, it becomes like the chink in the armor for
Yeah.
other things. And I've actually added things like ancestral origin or other types of origins as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I teach that in level 2, the ancestral stuff. And if it
So
comes up,
I wanted to
yes,
ask a question about the way it always has been. So
yes,
would you on the timeline, would you go from preconception all the way into the future in the
you can
timeline?
do. Yeah, anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, in advanced HeartSpeak clearing, I do teach the timeline technique where it feels like I'm sweeping my timeline for that sadness or whatever that is. And it's interesting when you use the timeline technique because as you're sweeping, it's like, oh, there's a lot of sadness right there. I don't know what that is, but let's just dig it out. Oh, and then all of a sudden it's gone, and then you carry on for the rest of your timeline. It's kind of cool when you actually take the time. Oftentimes it's off when I'm clearing for myself, or I ask people to clear something on their own. When they take their time, they can really clean things up. Okay, and then we have preconception. Now, in level 1, this is how we're going to do it. We're just going to ask, where were you before you were conceived? People will say what they'll say. All we do is mimic back what they say. Some people say, well, what do you mean? Well, I say, well, we often think about where we go when we die. Where did you come from before you were here? And they'll go, oh, in heaven. Or they'll say, these are some of the things people will say: in heaven, on a cloud, with God. I was an egg or sperm. I was nowhere. I was in a void. I was everywhere. I was stardust. I was in a past life. I was whatever. So, and we don't bring our own beliefs in. They just say where they were, and they say, okay, well, in that place you were, that heaven place, can you feel that urge to flee? And 99 times out of 100, they will say, oh yeah, they can. And then you get into the flee posture, help them clear the flee, pivot to calm, and that's it. So whatever they say, just put it right back. You know that void that void place you were in before you were here? Can you feel the sadness there? A sadness there? Yeah. Okay, go ahead and clear that sadness in that void place. Sometimes you'll get people to go nowhere. They'll be all kind of indignant, nowhere. That's okay. Don't let that throw you. You know, in that nowhere place, can you feel that anger? Yeah, go clear that. And then if they say past life in level 1, we're just going to say, can you feel that anger in the past life? And most of the time they'll say yes. And then you go and walk them through clearing that anger in the past life. We don't get into where you were, what was going on. No, we're going to leave that for now. Because it can be a bit of a rabbit hole there, preconception. In level 2, we do explore it a little bit more in depth. If they say, no, I can't feel the anger in the past life or whatever, they'll say, I'll just keep encouraging them. Oh, can you imagine it? And this is true not just for preconception. This is true for anything, even as a child. Can you feel the pleasure as the child? No. Well, can you imagine a child feeling pleasure? Get them to use their imagination and creativity. It doesn't happen that often, I find, that people say, no, I can't feel it, but it sometimes happens. All right. So that's the point information. That's how we're gonna do it. There are some, like we call it the story. What happened when I was a baby, or what happened when I was a child? We call it the story, and it is like going down the rabbit hole because we know that memory is inaccurate. What happened isn't as important as the feeling that we're after. So we're not going to go into the story at all. Here are some reasons. Memory is inaccurate. Also, there's research to show the more words you use to describe a feeling, the farther away from the true feeling you get. Also, we get really good at displacing feelings. And just because we think we're angry at that over there, we may not be actually angry at that. A good example of that was I was working with this young boy who would come home and just be awful to his little sister, come home from school and be awful to his little sister. And the mother reached out to me after a parent-teacher conference when she was told the child was a complete angel at school, complete angel. And he'd come home and beat his sister up. And apparently, what I think happened was it wasn't safe to get angry at school. He had no way to express his anger at school, so he came home and expressed it in a way that he could at home. So, yeah, and just because we think we have, we think we know the reason we're feeling something, it doesn't necessarily mean that's the reason. It's also used as a distractive tactic, the story, the words. Okay, now I don't know if you've noticed before, but let's take a sadness. A sadness is so painful. And I often liken it to going through a tunnel of sadness, one step at a time. Oh my gosh, this tunnel will never end. Oh, and it just doesn't happen with sadness. It can be any feeling. But you're so in the tunnel, it's so painful, and you're like, ah, I remember what this sadness was about. It was about blah, 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 blah. Ah, that feels better. Now, we were feeling bad, doing the clearing. So when we talk about it, so we're engaged, first of all, we're engaging our feeling mind, feeling. And then when we talk about it, we're engaging our thinking mind. And I use the paradigm that the thinking mind and feeling mind works on a seesaw because I think it does. When we're feeling more, it's hard to think. Yet when we think, we soften the feelings get less. And have you ever heard people say, oh, talk about what's wrong, talk about it, you'll feel better. Yeah, but I just don't want to feel better. Yes, I know the research shows that, yes, talking about problems makes you feel better, but I personally do not want to just feel better. Because the next time I'm in that same situation, I'm going to be triggered into feeling the same way. Personally, I want to deal with those feelings, soften those triggers so I don't have to feel that way again the next time. So I'm going to do HeartSpeak instead of talking about something. Okay, so back to distractive tactic. Yes, it's used very effectively as a distractive tactic. To distract us from feeling badly. But people do it non-consciously. They're not even aware they're doing it. So you have to be very gentle with these people who do this, who talk, who want to talk. And when I'm doing a session, I will allow talking to a degree, but then it gets beyond that point, I will rein it back in. Okay, what were we clearing? Oh yeah, we were clearing sadness. Let's go back into the sadness now. Okay, there you go. All right, it's also a common therapeutic approach to talk, but talking about problems is a habit that must be broken. And think about what the talking does neurologically to you. say something upsetting happened at work and you're on your way home and you got a 30-minute drive and you're feeling bad and you just pick up the phone and you call your friend and you go blah 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 and then blah 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 blah. Okay, gotta go. All right. You still got 15 more minutes of driving. What do? You call your next friend. And then you do this. I've heard people do this. I've sat in the same room, listened to people tell one person that happened. They were wronged, the next person, then the next person. I'm like, oh my God. Every time you tell that story, your neurology gets deeper, deeper, deeper ingrained. I think these patterns, it's like walking down a path in the woods. The more times you walk down that path, the deeper the path gets, the more likely you'll walk down it again. Me, I want those paths to be grown over. I want those neurons to be trimmed. So I don't do that anymore. I'm not going to be talking about things. If someone needs to know something, I'll tell them, but I'm not going to talk about it personally. It's a habit. But also, please be gentle with people that are like their stories. People are used to talking about problems. People are used to telling their stories. People want to tell their stories. They want to be heard. Just gently remind them that in HeartSpeak, the feeling is more important than what happened. So let's just feel. Can we just feel through this? And most of them, they're agreeable and they carry on. So have I convinced you to not to go down the rabbit hole? All right, good. All right, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. I think we're good. And we're going to go all the way to almost there. Okay, here. All right, this is the art of HeartSpeak. Figuring out what to put in that first box. How do I start? How do you so yesterday we worked on physical symptoms, right? Say you had a pain in the neck. You could touch. There's several ways to work with physical symptoms. We could touch and test. Oh yeah, that is weak. They're stressed, so we can go into HeartSpeak. So, say if someone had a sore knee, they can touch their knee, muscle test, see if there's stress present. If there's stress, you can do HeartSpeak. So touch and test is one way. You can rate the intensity of the pain or the symptom, the physical symptom, 0 to 10 or whatever numbers, the scale you want to use. That's another way. You could possibly use a bucket, put all the physical symptom in a bucket. You could put all the stress in the bucket. That's another way. That's a third way. And I think those are the three ways we're going to work with physical symptoms. Now we're going to work with emotional symptoms. So I think, or I like to say feeling symptoms. A feeling is any conscious sensation. It could be physical symptoms, but emotion, sensations, awarenesses. One time I had a young girl, she was probably about 11, her mom brought her to see me because the girl felt like there was something wrong. There's just something wrong. I don't know what it is. It's just, it doesn't feel good. I just want to, anyway, we did a 20-minute session. She went home. It was a Friday. I remember that. She went home, slept the whole rest of the afternoon into the next day. And she hasn't felt that same way since. So it could be just an awareness that someone has. So here are some feeling symptoms. I covered physical symptoms yesterday, but there's a little bit more you might want to tidy up. Yes, pain, tension, cramping. Cramping, like the cyclical cramping that some women get, or my cough cramps at night. when I'm having the session, it doesn't hurt. So you might need to use the memory of the cramping, the memory of the period pain, the memory of a symptom. It only hurts when I run. I'm not running now, so it doesn't hurt. It only hurts when I do X, Y, or Z. So you might have to use a memory of. I think we're good with that. Fatigue. I love clearing fatigue because people have all the excuses under the sun why they're tired. Oh, I didn't sleep, the kids, my husband was snoring, I'm in a different bed, etc., etc. The full moon, yeah, I've heard it all. But I think fatigue is more related to trying to suppress and repress symptoms, feelings, keeping them down. It's like holding a basketball under the surface of the water. Yeah, you can hold it down for a while, but it takes an awful lot of energy to do that. And you're usually not holding just one ball down, but a whole bunch of balls. It takes an enormous amount of energy to repress and suppress symptoms, feelings. So I want to show you that. I want to show you how it feels. You could feel less fatigued by using HeartSpeak. I love this clearing. And okay, so just sit with your fatigue. Let's do I'm going to stop share for a moment. Okay, so sit with your fatigue. And on a 0 to 10 scale, how fatigued do you feel like you are at the moment? And the number's not, it's for you. All right, keep that number in your mind. And let's see, it's related to, this is a category, an emotion, an urge. It's related to an urge. Now the urge is the urge to fight, the urge to flee, run away, the urge to flee. All right, point of formation is strong, which to me means we're gonna move on. We're not gonna worry about that. So come into a ball like a scared rabbit and look for that urge to flee, 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 flee. I just gotta go, I wanna go, I wanna go. I don't like this, I don't like it, I don't like it, I'm gonna go, I wanna go. Oh, goodness me. Flee, 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 flee. I gotta go, I gotta go. Feel all that nervous energy and uncomfortable. It's just, I just don't like it. You keep looking for that urge to flee, 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 flee. Until the flee softens and you can just be. And then open up the front of your body, head back, shoulders back, chest out. Look for calm in your heart space. Calm. It's going to be in there. Find it. And settle into it. Drop into it. Choose it. Enjoy calm for a moment and then turn toward the threat, the danger, whatever it was you wanted to get away from, turn toward it and just feel calm. Imagine it coming towards you in like a river, a current, but just feel calm. Enjoy calm and amongst the turbulence. Yeah, enjoy calm for a moment. And then turn your attention to your level of fatigue. And rate it again, 0 to 10. Tell me, how did you go? How do you feel? Was there a
I
noticeable difference?
8 to a 5.
8 to a 5. That's good. That's good. What about you, Jeannie?
I went from a 5 to a 1.
That's really good. Yeah. Yeah. It's a psychoanalytic theory that holding things down, but it's really fits in this case. I love it. I love it. In fact, it's probably one of my favorite clearings to do. All right, let's keep going back here. All right, so we had physical symptoms, but once the physical symptoms, if they've been around a while, we might have to tidy them up. For example, if someone has had back pain forever and now they don't, it could be stressful for them. They're in their lives for 10 years. It's part of their personality. Who am I without being a back pain? It's like a smoker too. I've been a smoker that long. Who am I when I'm not a smoker? It's stressful. So you might have to test for things like the feeling of the symptom returning, test for stress, or being without the pain, the symptom, knowing what to do. And I think anytime a symptom presents itself, it's information, and we should know, not knowing, but knowing. You should know what to do to resolve it. So if you don't, I think there's something to clear. All right. I talked about memories of pain, but we can also work with painful memories. Now, I always joke, but I could run a whole practice on just helping people with painful memories. We hold so much. Should we do one? Yeah. All right, choose a painful memory. And in a group situation like this, I ask people to not choose the most painful memory ever, like especially if they were a victim of trauma or abuse, to choose a painful memory where if you think about it, it still stings. And I'm going to ask you to try and get yourself worked up about it. Try and get upset about it. And on a 0 to 10 scale, keep the number in your mind. How big can you get it? It's related to an emotion. So fear, anger, point information, specific, general, as a baby, as a child. Okay, so anger as a child. I'm going to ask you to be your child selves. Not that anything happened to you as a child, but I'm going to ask you to let your child self feel this anger. So hands and fists, angry face. And let her, that little kid, have that tantrum. Let her shake her little fist and stamp her feet. She's got every right to feel this way. She might not have been allowed to then, but now she can. It is not fair. All right, one more big push of anger. And then sit up, head back, shoulders back, chest out, and start looking for joy. Let's take the form of joy that's called playful. Be that little girl and be playful. Bit silly. It's like you're suppressing a giggle, like, oh. Let that soak into your cells for a moment. And then turn your attention to that painful memory. And once again, try to work yourself up about it. And then on a 0 to 10 scale, how worked up can you get? And do you want to share? You went from a what number to?
To a 4, but I think for me, play and joy is hard when I think about my little kid, because there wasn't a lot of that. So it's
Yeah.
hard to find that. So I had to kind of imagine other times in life
Okay.
where I felt that joy and kind of bring it to her.
Perfect. Excellent. Yeah. What about you, Jeannie?
Well, my memory, it budged, but it was the same thing. I didn't know where I could put the joy into the whole thing. So, and so I kind of had to play with that. I took myself out of one situation and put myself into
Yes.
another. And that seemed to work, just to mix it up.
Yeah,
So-
that's fine too. All we're doing is we're trying to feel that pivot feeling, joy or playful instead of the anger.
Mhm.
So good. So that's painful memories. This can set people free. They get trapped into their painful histories. Dreams also, if someone had a dream, I love working with that because then it's often a little bit of a window to the non-conscious mind.
Mhm.
And to do dreams, you just ask the person to recount the dream. And as they're recounting it, just muscle test. Oh, and when there's a stress, a weakness, boom, you could, okay, stop there. Check that out. Let's see what emotions are in there for us. Okay. Now you also can,
So Anne, I mean,
yeah,
you ask them about the dreams and they go, well, I never dreamed, then you just, okay.
yeah.
Is that something
Usually,
that's stressful, the fact that they don't really recall their dreams? Because I mean, everybody.
yeah. Um, good question. Yeah, some people don't recall dreams and but I've also worked with kids that have had night terrors. Night terror is usually a child that will wake up screaming in the middle of the night. No, sorry, it doesn't wake up, just screams in the middle of the night. They're not awake. They're just it's part of a dream. And then they'll just go right back, right to fall back asleep. But I mean, but they don't know they even woke up. They don't even know what it was that it was about, but you can ask them, you mentally time travel to the point where they woke up, or sorry, they started to scream. They won't know what it is consciously, but we can still use it to clear. So they'll bring that point to mind. Imagine waking up last night screaming. Sorry, not I keep saying waking up, but no, screaming in your dream. And then, oh, it's weak. And then you go ahead and you walk them through clearing that.
Okay.
Okay, so sometimes people struggle with feeling any of the feelings that we usually use, like any of these feelings. So people might struggle feeling these. Like for instance, some men have a hard time feeling fear and sadness because boys are supposed to be brave and they don't cry. So they might struggle. So you might just when you might have to clear something in order for them to feel fear. Women, on the other hand, some women have struggle feeling anger because it's not politically correct. It's not acceptable for women to get angry. My lovely friends in Dubai had a trouble feeling pleasure. Yeah. So if someone can't feel something and repeatedly can't feel something, even though they keep trying, I will stop and say, just look for the feeling of fear, and then I'll muscle test for stress. Okay, even just challenging them. You'll see in one of the four approaches is the word consider. That's a verbal challenge. You ask them to consider feeling fear. Oh, it's stressful. And then you do the clearing. It's stressful. It could be any category. It could be any of these feelings. Say it is a pull. You'll clear and pivot a pull, and then ask them again to consider feeling fear. And now it's testing strong. And oftentimes that's all it takes is just to clear the way for them to feel the feeling. This is how I think it is. It's like this is the feeling that they want to clear, but they can't because there's a barrier. They can't access it. So we clear that, and we then can access the feeling that they can't feel. And this also is true for any of the pivot feelings, the love, joy, peace. Sometimes it's hard for people to feel love. Love is a difficult feeling for people to feel, especially since they didn't get a lot, if they haven't gotten a lot of it growing up. They don't know what it is to look for. So you might have to help them. Just say, consider feeling love. Muscle test, clear. If it's weak, you clear it, and then it's easier. And they will notice that it's easier, which is kind of cool as well. All right, so some other harmful feelings. We don't use words like anxiety and depression because those are psychological diagnoses, but we can use the word anxiousness or stress. So and panic. I feel very panicky. That's not exactly a diagnosis, so we can use that word. And people will come to the session say, I almost had a panic attack when I drove over that bridge. Oh, really? It was really high and the wind was blowing and I felt my car shaking and it was, oh my God, can you remember the panic? Oh yeah. What is 0 to 10 in your memory? Oh, it was a 20. Okay. Keep that 20 in your mind. Oh, there is something to clear. You do the clearing and then you bring to mind again the memory of the panic. Anxiety type of disorders, night and day, phobias. You'll help a lot of people with those. Even though we don't use the word depression, people will come in with that and say, "Oh, I've been diagnosed with depression, and I want to get off my antidepressants or something like that." Okay, and first of all, as a comment about that, depression, people that are on antidepressants, their ability to feel is diminished, but they can still feel. It's not an excuse. They can still get those sadness juices flowing, things like that. Okay, so this is for depression and frustration. People will say that, I'm depressed, I'm frustrated. So I asked them, what does that feel like, that depression? What does it feel like? Does it feel like you're down? Yeah, it feels like I'm down. Well, what is it? So I usually don't say the word depression. I usually say down or feeling blue or low. And I will reframe it as well and say, oh, sometimes you feel low, do you? So I want them to understand that depression is not a steady state, but can come and go. So, and what does that feel like? Does it feel like there's a heavy weight on your shoulders? Does it feel like you're under a dark cloud? Does it feel like you're in a deep, dark hole that you can't get out of it? And they'll go, oh yeah, that's that. I feel like in a hole, I can't get out of it. Okay, well, how deep is that hole? How deep does a hole feel? Oh, that feels like it's 20 feet deep. There's your scale. That feeling of being 20 feet down tests for stress. Okay. I wonder if I can share 2 screens at once. That would be ideal. Let me see. Never done this before. One person can share at once. I can't, I don't think. Let's try it. No, bugger. All right. But anyway, so say, they're in a hole 20 feet down. That's the intensity. Oh, there is stress present. Now if it's related to an emotion, an urge, and it's a fight, flee. Oh, it's a freeze. You guide them through clearing and pivoting that freeze. Now, are you still in that hole? Yeah, but it's only, I don't know, about 8 feet now. Can you get out? No. Okay. Feel that 8 feet hole. Oh, there's still stress. So now you're going to find a different category, a different feeling. Maybe it's a pull. You clear, yeah, guide them through clearing and pivoting. Are you still in that hole? Yeah, but it's only like 4 feet now. Can you get out? Oh, if I really try, you can climb out. Okay, get them out of that hole. Test for stress. Because a lot of times they've been in that state for a long time and it's stressful to be out. And then you can have a lot of fun. Get out of the hole, walk away from the hole, test for stress. Look back at the hole, test for stress. Oops, avoid another hole, test for stress. Oh, you fell in another hole, test for stress. Okay, never fall in another hole again, test for stress. All right, you can have a lot of fun there. Cool. Okay, that's depression. Frustration is another one that's good for word pictures. You could, what is that frustration? Does it feel like? If you look frustration up in your dictionary, it means your progress is thwarted. So what seems to be, so maybe they say they're frustrated at work. Well, what seems to be blocking your way? Does it feel like a brick wall? Does it feel like a mountain? Does it feel like a boulder in your way? It feels like a boulder. This big guy, my boss, is in just bouldering me over. Okay. Feel how big that boulder feels. How big does it feel? It feels as big as a house. There's your scale. 0 to 10. As big as a house. You know, that's fine. And then you go through the HeartSpeak clearing. Okay, is that boulder still in the way? Yeah, but it's only about half as big. Okay, there you go. That half as big boulder, you do another clearing. All right, is that boulder still in the way? Yeah, but I can get around it now. Okay, around you go. Get them back on their path. Test for stress. Look back at the boulder, test for stress. Walk away from the boulder, test for stress. You can do some good clearings around that. Okay, are we good? Because grief is a symptom that I need to talk about in some more detail. And I'm particularly talking about grief after a death. We can grieve anything, by the way. Grief is a sadness around a loss. And anything that we lose, we can grieve. And how important the degree of importance is directly proportional to the amount of grief we feel. So the more important the thing we lose, the more grief we experience. I mean, there is a Buddhist philosophy that says, you know, everything is impermanence, right? Don't get attached to anything. It's possibly a good approach, but we're human, so things are important to us, and therefore we can grieve their loss. Now, grief after a death of a loved one is, you know, there's cycles, there's different phases, and blah, blah, blah. And it is natural to grieve, but how long should one grieve? Well, how long is a piece of string? However long it takes. And I would never ask anyone to rate the amount of grief they have over a loved one. That is not the approach that I suggest. This is how I would do it. I would ask the person to bring their loved one to mind, and I would test for stress. If stress is present, we'd go through the HeartSpeak clearing. And then once again, bring your loved one, bring so-and-so to mind, test for stress. Oftentimes there's many, many, many layers of this to clear. And then when they can bring their loved one to mind and the test strong, no stress, then you can go on to say your loved one's name, say Mary. Oh, then there's more stress. So yeah, so just be very cautious, be very gentle with grief after a death. Now, I had a friend whose husband died at very young, at 54. He just dropped dead, and he was there was a bunch of us that did a lot together when I used to live in Dallas. And so it was kind of a big blow to us, all of us, but of course his wife in particular. And I think that was 6 years ago that he died now, if I recall correctly. And she's still not ready to do this work, even though she knows that I'm available to help. And she knows other friends in Dallas that can do HeartSpeak with her if she wants it. But some people really want to hold on to that grief. And I've explored this with people. And it's it seems to me that they feel they need to grieve in order to honor the departed. Because if they stop grieving, they think they'll forget. And it's not that you forget, it's that it doesn't stress you in the way. You can remember them without it impacting you physiologically. So there's a lot of benefits to working on that. In fact, sometimes I work on people who have a terminal illness. Their partners or their loved ones will want to work on. We will work on the ultimate death prior to the death, and that seems to be a very effective way to handle it as well. Cool. Any questions about grief? All right. Moving on. I talked about the
I
beneficial.
have a question on
Oh,
grief.
yeah.
Yeah. You know, because what about if they feel that they need to have the person's picture around all the time?
That they need what?
The person's picture around all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So
And then
I-
that seems like it, keeps those emotions charged.
yeah. So what I would do in that case, I would actually have them bring that picture in, bring a picture in,
Okay.
or
Oh,
if I'm doing it online, I'd have them look at the picture, test for stress.
okay.
And they can
Good.
have the picture there. I just want to make sure it's not causing them stress.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But tread lightly, because people, when they're not ready, they're not ready. They have to be ready. I always invite my friend though, with whose husband died. I always invite her. You want to do some HeartSpeak on that? No, no, it's okay. Whenever you're ready. I know. All right. So beneficial emotions. I talked about love, gratitude, and knowing. Those are some of the pivot feelings we use. Um, you can have a lot of fun with something like knowing. Say out loud, I know. It's very confrontational when people know, because once you know, you cannot unknow, and that's responsibility. So there could be a lot of things to work on around knowing. You could actually say, if once I know is clear, you could ask them to say, I know that I know, or I know that I know that I know. So it could be a lot of fun. Also using the HeartSpeak cards is super fun too. And I don't have a deck here. Yes, I do. It's in the closet. I forgot. I think it's in the closet, but there's also an app, and the app is on both app stores, HeartSpeak cards. And this top button is begin, and you could whoops, let me go back here. Okay. You could swipe, and choose one at random. And this one's radiant. So the HeartSpeak cards are a series of 50 paintings that a beautiful friend of mine did. I gave her 50 lovely feelings, like radiant and joy and peace and content and empowered. And she took a year and she painted. She's an abstract artist. She embodied the feeling, then painted what she felt. And now we have these beautiful cards. Let me see if I can easily grab a deck. I don't know if I can. They're all. There's an open box, but it's not, yeah. They come like this. It's a deck and they're beautiful. We love them. And what I will do is I'll shuffle the cards and get someone to pick one. And the one they pick is usually the one that they need to work on. They have a life of their own, these lovely things. Yeah, it's really fun to work with the cards. You can also do light work and shadow work. Now, shadow work is things that you criticize others for, find fault with others about. And anytime that you're criticizing or finding fault, you put that on your list to check yourself later. Oh, she's such a bitch. She does this, this, and this. Put that on your list. Maybe I'm a bitch too. Or, oh, look at that driver, he's weaving in and out. And like, oh, I better put that on my list. We do it a lot, and it's surprising like how much. Yeah. Okay, so that's shadow work. Really fun. The shadow work could be a whole course, whole weekend. Light work, on the other hand, is kind of the opposite. Anything that you're envious about someone else that you think they are, but you're not. Oh, she's got such a beautiful husband and family. Oh, I'm so envious. Put that on your list. Yep. So light work, shadow work, lots to work on. All right, now this next play shop is you're going to work on something that's a feeling. I'm going to ask you if you want to work on a physical symptom, okay, but I would rather you work on a feeling symptom. And if you can't think of one, I could always help you, but because I never run out of things to clear. So I'll leave this up. I'll turn the recording off. So there's, oops. Can you still see? Oh yeah, you can. Okay. Just get that back. The recording's here. Pause recording. Okay, so back from the play shops, what we're going to do now is take a break. 20 minutes. We'll do a half hour, just to get a bit, because we're going to do pretty much goes right into another play shop after this. And we're going to be working on behaviors. And behaviors you want shifted, and we're going to look at how to do that. All right, so 6:30, half past the hour. Whatever
Great.
time that is for you, Jeannie.
3:30.
All right. All right. I'll shut the recording.